Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with Session 3, our finale of Ironclad Covenant. This is an adventure that we have been using D&D 5th edition to run. In particular, this is an adventure module that was put out by Buckstar Games. And my friend Ben was gracious enough to give me this opportunity to kind of showcase it for anybody out there who may be watching. So thank you again, Ben, for this opportunity. It's been fantastic. I love this book and what you've done with it. If you like what you see about this game, then you should be able to find the link to follow to Drive Through RPG to buy yourself a copy, which I highly, highly recommend that you do. It's an incredible book filled with a lot of really great monsters and situations and NPCs and locations for you to run your table through. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do here tonight. Tonight's session is titled Sins and Sums. So we'll get into that here in just a moment. But before we do, I'm going to give the same warning that I give on the beginning of all of my games, and that is if foul language and mature subject matter are a problem for you, then I don't know how you ended up here. You should turn around. But if those kinds of things don't bother you, then welcome. You are amongst kindred spirits. Speaking of kindred spirits, I think I'm going to pass it over to our players so that they can introduce themselves, tell you what they might have going on, where you may be able to find them on the internet, and then I think we can start after that. So, let's start with Tamiko.
Oh, hi. I'm Tamiko. I spend most most of my streaming time over at Mini Terrain Domain, where I play in a game with Jeremy on Thursdays, Kids on Bikes, and then I play another game on Monday, Pathfinder 2E. Super great times, super great people. Definitely go check them out if you haven't already. I'm playing Wynn Bixley, just a normal fighter, uh, just trying not to die.
It's a little bit of a challenge in this world.
Yes.
This world likes things dead, apparently, and maybe undead. Um, I absolutely echo what Tamiko said. If you have not discovered Mini Terrain Domain over on Twitch, I highly, highly recommend that you do so. Jake is an incredible human being, on top of being a fantastic game master, and he manages to collect a very fine stable of players around him and run some incredible games. So you will not be disappointed. Go check him out.
And all the VODs are on YouTube also. Same name.
That's right. He has a YouTube channel as well. Yeah, you can get caught up on the things that you may have missed. Um, Speaking of the things that you may have missed, next up is Jason.
Perfect. I was a little worried. I was like, oh, is Jeremy gonna have to do a segue out of the undead comment? But no, the things you might have missed, that was much better. Anyway, yes, I am Jason Osorio playing Tegan Hemlock, a Hex Blood Arcane Trickster Rogue. I'm a little sad that this is our finale, but at the same time, what a great experience this has been. I'm sure this final session will be crazy. Thank you, of course, to Jeremy and to Ben for sponsoring this and for creating this wonderful adventure. Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot else going on, so I'll pass it back to Jeremy. But again, very much looking forward to seeing how this madness wraps up.
Yeah, I'm really, really excited. This has been a lot of fun so far. Gothic horror is just very much kind of like straight in my veins. This has been very much a game that I have enjoyed putting together and running. And again, like just there's so much fantastic content that he's put in the book, and he's just made it so readily accessible and relatable that it's an absolute joy to run. This is again, this is my first published adventure to ever run, so it has been a new experience for me, and one that I've really enjoyed the challenge of, because my prep is very different than for my usual games. So I really, really liked that. Okay. Next up, speaking of really, really liked that, Nathan.
I'm Nathan, also known as Dimension 119 across the different internet places. I don't really do a lot on my Twitch channel anymore. I say I don't do a lot. I'm not doing anything on my Twitch channel right now. I do have clips and I have a few VODs on YouTube. Most of my time is dedicated to what is currently titled the State of Survival podcast. We are going through a transition at the moment, so we're going to be changing some branding and names, and we haven't officially announced anything yet. But now would be the time to go get involved in that and check out that YouTube channel before we officially do the rebrand and become the same thing but under a different name with a little bit of restructuring. But we do cover survival games over there, survival video games. We talk about different mechanics, tips and tricks. Sometimes we just tell stories about the dumb things that we get into in those games. But my kind of roots did come from D&D, and that's why I'm here with these guys, and I can't wait to continue playing Naira, who was loosely designed to be slightly clumsy in the beginning, and through the process of our first 30 minutes in the first session was cursed and is significantly more clumsy at this point. So who knows what kind of trouble I will accidentally start tonight.
Who knows indeed. I know. No, man, always a joy to have you on, Nathan. I am, again, very, very thankful that even though your character was not necessarily intended to be comic relief, that you have taken the mantle of that and done a terrific job with it so far. Having somebody who had befallen the wayward curse has been a lot of fun to play with. So, thank you for volunteering. Speaking of volunteering, next up is Kenya.
Oh, that's me. I'm Kenya, Acerson on the interwebs, and I am very excited and also saddened that this is our finale. But it's going to be a great night. I am playing Ash, also known as the Ashbringer. It's her formal title. And I think because we're getting near the end, she is, I'll just kind of lay it out there, she is a fallen Aasimar Oathbreaker Paladin. So she has got some, like everybody else, she's fits this gothic horror theme well, a bit of an edgelord there, bit of a,
Edge lady.
got the edge lady. Oh man, damn it. Yes, just the edge lady. I'm gonna go again.
Yeah, everybody's character has been so at home with this setting, and again, I think it's just a testament to how universal gothic horror seems to be in a lot of people's minds. It's just a lot of fun to play around in. So I am very thankful that everybody has taken the torch with that and run with it. So speaking of running with it, last but certainly not least, Alan.
Hello, everyone. My name's Alan, and I am, I guess, a bit of an internet recluse these days, but Jeremy has reached into the depths and pulled me forth to play in this 3-shot, and I am thankful to be playing with my fellow players and Jeremy at the helm, as always. I am, for this finale, I am playing Silas Thorne, a half-elven shadow magic sorcerer whose magic has come from a curse befallen his bloodline. So don't deal with witches. That's probably the moral of the story there. But I'm happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to the conclusion to this this trilogy. And I hearken everything that everyone has said about Jeremy's channel, fellow channels of other people like Mini Terrain Domain. And just go support, subscribe, a like goes a long way. So anyway, that's it for me. I'll toss it back to you, Jeremy. I'm ready to get started here.
Fantastic. I am so fortunate that I can ask people to come and play in games like these, and you guys are the kinds of people who answer that call. Thank you for being great friends on top of being incredible role players. So now I'm going to kick the shit out of you. You ready? Sweet. Here we go. A wrought iron cauldron, the color of midnight, bubbles feverishly in the center of yet another dark chamber, lit only by the sickly green glow it emits. A figure, bent with age, moves about the room, gathering her ingredients and cackling as she drops them into the mysterious brew. A child's heart for the kindest soul. A swindler's tongue for the liar's toll. Perfumed hair from the braggart's head. Written thoughts of a genius unread. For iron will, a pinch of his grave soil. For these tokens my hungry cauldron doth boil. And as hag's eye turns toward, we gather the pieces to the board. A similar green light flares within the frightened eyes of a deer, its head raised in alertness to the imminent danger of a stalking predator, the creature whose eyes we now gaze through. A moment of quiet falls between us and our prey, before a disembodied scream breaks the tenet of silence, catapulting both the hunted and the hunter into action. The road snakes through the forest before it gives way to a wooden palisade surrounding a town, barring dozens of patrolling skeletons from entry. A sickening crunch comes from a zombie, smashing its ruined face repeatedly against the gore-stained wooden gate. A crossbow bolt sprouts from its skull, and it slumps to the ground. The source is a figure on a shoddily built watchtower. So as we rejoin the five of you on the outskirts of this town, the town of Runswick, what is the approach here? What is the conversation like?
Have any of you dealt with undead before?
No, I mean, I've heard of them, but not this many, that's for sure. I don't think I've ever actually fought one before.
You ready? They're disgusting to look at. There's a part of you that mourns the life they lost and wonders what they did to deserve the curse that's been thrown upon them. But the worst part about fighting undead is, well, honestly, it's the fucking smell.
Hmm. I was going to say, I would almost think the smell and the fact that they're trying to either claw your face open or smash you with their rotten fists would be the most disturbing part of all of it, but makes sense.
Well, in your case, they shouldn't get close enough.
Absolutely not. Not if I'm doing my job.
Aim for their heads. Fire. If you take out their legs, make sure you still crush their head beneath your boot.
Tegan will nod and start kind of looking over her crossbow. Clearly stolen crossbow. It's way too fancy for her, just to make sure it's in good working order.
Ash kind of looks over at Wynn. I imagine that this is not going to be as obviously it's not Ash's, but it's also not Wynn's. They've probably, when they were in the same military together, they've probably dealt with undead in the past, and she just kind of glances over to the side at Wynn and giving her that look just between the two of them of they have no clue.
And Wynn's going to reach into her pouch and pull out a little flask, and she's going to toss it over to Ash and nod and say, You never know if you might need it. Holy water.
She catches the little flask as it goes flying through the air with just a single hand and takes it and gives Wynn a nod and a wink and yeah, I would have brought my own, but I wasn't thinking about undead when we were heading out to investigate missing children. I should have known. I'm getting sloppy in my retirement.
As much as I enjoy a good skull bashing of undead as anyone else in our party here, I still say we should wait until the undead herd has thinned a bit and then make our way out. If these waves keep happening, I don't see Runswick staying around much longer, and I'd rather not be here when that happens. Sometimes it's best just to cut the cancer out and let it see it fester long enough to kill the whole body.
Do you think there's a necromancer or someone that's raising these undead, or is it just some side effect of the imminent Hag's Eye Moon?
Yes.
That's
Oh,
not very helpful.
Well,
Win.
I would think it's probably a combination of the two. Undead do not just rise on themselves. It does require a catalyst, though the Hag's Eye Moon could be serving something as more of an amplifier, hence the increasing number of them.
I think when you say amplifier, Silas, you see this weird, Tegan again is very relaxed despite the presence of these shambling corpses and animated skeletons. When you say the word amplifier, I think you see this strange kind of like flicker of something skitter across her sort of elegant ashen gray face before it's immediately replaced by her usual wide, crooked smile. And she'll just sort of nod at that, but I don't think she says anything.
Most of you would probably be aware that there was an entire war that took place south of the Faro Valley that involved fighting undead. So, especially being soldiers for Ash and Wynn, it's very likely that you have come across them before. But them being so far north in the valley, because you're kind of at the northeastern part of the valley right now, them making it this far north is odd. Okay. Anybody who would like to do so could roll me either perceptions or insight, and then just let me know which one that you rolled.
Great. I got a 12 on perception.
Okay.
17 on insight.
17 insight, 18 insight. Okay.
18 perception.
18 perception.
Damn.
14 perception.
Okay. So, Tegan and Wynn, there's enough going on that you seem to be, just kind of taking in, maybe counting like an approximate number for how many you might see, something like that, and you don't notice these things. The insights from Ash and Silas, both of you realize that though this army of undead seems to kind of be entrenched is not quite the right word, but stationed kind of around the outside of the palisade of this town, this is not like an active siege. They're not attacking the walls. They're not, using siege equipment. It doesn't look like they're even trying to get into the city. They're just kind of patrolling around it. There doesn't seem to be any active fighting at the moment. Naira, with your perception, the zombie that just was smashing its face against the front gate before it got shot in the head by the person in the tower, there was something about it that was kind of familiar. You also noticed that it appeared to be holding like a large flat stone in its arms before it collapsed to the ground and dropped it.
So I would like to, assuming I can't immediately identify exactly what's familiar about this zombie that just went down, I would like to start scanning any others that I can see that maybe see better or more clearly, to see if I can see if I notice anything familiar about those as well, and just kind of trying to pick up and make that connection in my brain. What's familiar about this?
Okay. So from the collected undead here, it looks like it's largely soldiers. You see bits and pieces of armor, weapons, but they don't appear to be any sense of uniform. Like, it looks like they're from different cultures, some of them from different eras, in different states of disrepair or rust or rot, some of them fresher. It's definitely an amalgamation. Looks like there's a smattering of different races. But the one at the gate seems to be dressed in a very similar manner to the tribe of bear worshipping totem peoples as you. Maybe it's a bear fur cloak of some kind or a mantle that tips you off.
Are we riding towards this scene?
In my mind, it kind of was you saw the situation, pulled up short, and maybe you're like in a copse of trees or like some thick underbrush or something, kind of observing this from a little bit of a distance. I imagine your horses are probably just not far behind you.
I think that Naira was actually still on his horse, kind of just getting a little bit more of a vantage point. And I think with without a word, he kicks a foot out of the stirrup and slides off of the horse, and just unknowingly, maybe definitely in a daze, just begins shuffling forward, probably looking quite a lot like one of these undead shuffling towards the city. He's got kind of that same gait. Most, if not all, thought has gone out of his head, at least for the moment.
Boy, Naira, where are you going?
You see absolutely no reaction at all to your words.
Ash kind of looks over at Wynn. Fuck. She walks up real fast and grabs his shoulder and kind of tries to spin him back.
He there's no resistance. He doesn't fight you, but you can tell that as you spin him back and you spin him to face you, his there's something in his eyes that tells you that in his brain, in his mind, he's still moving that direction. He's something is pulling him towards this battlefield.
Nira, she kind of, come on. And she'll grab both of his shoulders and shake him a little bit.
He doesn't say anything to you. He reaches beneath his collar and grabs this small piece of hide, this thong, and pulls up um what what is a medallion of a bear claw, and just clutches it to the point where blood starts to leak out from beneath from the bottom of his hand, just a couple of drops, and he just turns and points to that zombie that just went down, and at least some of these are my people.
Well, that's great and everything. I'm sorry. It's not great. Stop bleeding everywhere. They'll smell you. And she pulls him back into the little tucked in part of the trees over by the rest of the group. What are you going to do? Just wander into an army?
Well, I was going to, and just that's the end of what he says. He doesn't, you can tell he has no idea what he was actually going to do.
I'm sure our friend Naira was just looking for whoever or whatever the source of this undead plague is. You know, he was just eager to get started. So maybe we should follow his example a little more subtly and carefully and silently, and try to find a better vantage point, maybe one that's a little closer, if we are intending to go into Runswick.
I think that one of you, until we are prepared to all out battle, I think that one of you should keep me close. I can't promise that if I see another of these medallions on another of those corpses, that I will be able to hold my rage back next time. And I think at the statement of rage, that bear shadow that you guys have seen before, but specifically at the carriage in our first session, it's not a full manifestation of that, but you can definitely see this wispy kind of visage of what kind of came over him when he raged before. It just kind of shows and then dissipates immediately, but it's to the point where it's bubbling right there on the surface.
Well, if you don't mind getting bloody, you know you're welcome to be at the front with myself and Ash.
And I also have your moppet, so if you get, a little too rowdy, I might, I don't know, give it a poke or something.
At the bloody comment, I think he just takes that bloody hand where he sliced on his medallion and just rubs a stripe across his chest.
There's another twang of the crossbow in the watchtower, and another undead falls. One that got maybe just a little too close to the gate for comfort. But you can only see one individual that seems to be manning the front gate.
Just want to try and find a path that leads us to the town, see what sort of defenders they have. It doesn't look like much. But also, it doesn't look like these undead are attacking, which is strange.
Can you send your familiar out? See if there's a back entrance?
I could. Sure. And she'll reach into her pouch and pull out, or her satchel rather, and pull out Gwyn, this very old and decrepit bat, and she will kind of give him like a little kiss on the forehead and then just throw him into the air as he kind of flaps awkwardly trying to stabilize himself, and then he'll fly off. I guess, yeah, Jeremy, trying to find like a side entrance or a back entrance, somewhere that we can access Runswick potentially without having to go through the mass of the undead sort of patrolling around it, if that is possible.
So you're able to tell through this kind of reconnaissance that it doesn't look like there's another gate in this palisade. This palisade looks like it was hastily constructed, is being generous. This things look like it was thrown together in a very quick hurry. Most of the timber obviously came from this immediate area because the area immediately around the town is full of like tree stumps that are freshly cut. So this thing is probably less than a month old, and it definitely looks like they set up one gate in and out.
Yeah, so once Gwyn returns, Tegan will tuck him back into her satchel and then shake her head as she says, "There's not another way in. It's the front gate or nothing, I'm afraid. But it should be fine. We can outmaneuver a few undead, and if any get in our way, we can destroy them. Easy peasy."
I'll
And
do
if
my
they don't
best to
happen
try
to
to.
open the gate?
Well, I don't think they'll open it until we're right there.
Right, and to be honest, given the fact that we're only hearing the sound of one crossbow go off, I would think they would be desperate for any other uh, defenders, protectors they could possibly find. I have a feeling they'll welcome us in with open arms. Hopefully.
I'll take the lead and use my pike to try to keep them at a distance.
Just be wary. Desperate people generally take desperate measures.
It's true. They also make terrible bargains. And Tegan will pop the hood of her cloak up, and I think she's going to kind of sneak ahead, maybe like kind of shadowing Wynn a little bit if Wynn is taking point with her pike, just to kind of make sure that the area kind of around her is clear, but she will be kind of sneaking ahead a little bit if she can.
Okay. So against your better judgment, you head out into this field of undead that seems to be almost meandering kind of around between you and the front gate of this town of Runswick. And the first thing that really strikes you as odd is once you are out in the open and clearly visible, except for perhaps Tegan, none of the skeletons seem to pay you any attention, really. They kind of look in your direction, but they don't approach. They don't become hostile. They just kind of continue to do what they're doing. And it's only whenever you start to kind of near the front gates, that's whenever little clutches of them will start to turn towards you and start making their way towards your group. Naira, as you are getting close to the gate, you can see again that the zombie by the front gate had this stone that they had dropped, and it's now kind of sitting kind of at a strange angle in the mud just outside the gate, kind of somewhat leaning against the front gate. And you can see that there's like chiseled writing in this stone. Furthermore, on this zombie's body, you do indeed see one of these talismans around their neck. However, specifically, this talisman is coated in silver. This talisman, this silver-coated lion claw talisman, whenever you saw it last, was around the neck of your brother. Yeah. So, as you are approaching the gate, you are seeing that several of the patrols of these skeletons do intend, it seems like, to try to intercept you. What's the plan as you near the gate?
I will be, what is it? I've got a 10-foot reach, so I will be trying to push them off as they come towards.
I
Are
would like to use minor illusion, which is out to 30 feet. And I can make um, basically something small within fits in a 5-foot cube is what it says. And I can either make it a sound or an object or an image, so to speak. I'm going to just go with an image, and I'm going to go with something like maybe like a hair or something that kind of trying to draw their attention to see if maybe that will entice them that's something that's closer than we are.
Nathan, you
Uh,
had something?
Ash will join Wynn because she has a glaive, so she'll pull that out and use the 10-foot reach to kind of just keep things off of us.
I was just going to ask if we had decided to mount back up, or if we left the horses kind of in the woods to keep them away from the undead.
I feel like we probably left them, to be honest. It's kind of hard to be stealthy on a horse, you know, especially if there's a lot of stumps and not a lot of tree cover here. That's what I would be thinking anyway, but others may feel differently.
Okay, yeah. Sounds like you might be on foot then.
Oh, good.
I think that Naira, seeing this medallion closer and assuming that it's his brother because of the medallion, I think that whenever we kind of get started with this, I think his first move is to just beeline for that second corpse, that re-corpsed corpse. And yeah, recovering that medallion is his first goal, and then potentially investigating that tablet after the fact.
Did we all see that tablet, Jeremy, or was it just Naira that kind of noticed the tablet with the etched?
At first, I think it was just Naira, but as you've gotten closer, you definitely see this tablet, this kind of stone slab that is somewhat leaning against the front gate.
Okay. And do the undead seem to be reacting to it at all now that it's been set down? Because I know one was carrying the slab for a bit, but then it got knocked down and it seemed to drop the tablet. Do any of them seem to be reacting to that at all?
No, it does not seem.
Okay, then yeah, I think Tegan will, again, kind of just like flit from one person to another. I do think she is keeping an eye on Naira to a certain extent. So when he starts to kind of move off in that direction, I think she will kind of follow him. But in the meantime, she'll open up this military officer's coat that she's wearing, or this military officer's jacket, and nothing, her invisible mage hand, will come out and just kind of like scuttle down her body and kind of crawl across the ground. And I think it's just going to try to like trip these undead, or like kind of adjust their weapons. So like as Wynn and Ash are getting closer, it's just kind of like moving them aside so that Tegan's companions have an easier time taking these foes down, because I think she understands that probably something that pierces, like a crossbow, probably isn't going to be super useful against skeletons unless you want to get it like tangled in their rib cage or whatever. So yeah, she's just having the mage hand just do general invisible shenanigans involving these undead while she pursues Naira.
All right. So, as Ash and Wynn kind of keep these skeletons back as best they can, it starts to become clear that, again, they don't really seem keen on fighting necessarily. It's more like they're just trying to get to you. So they're just trying to like get past your weapons. They're not taking stances as if they're engaging in combat. So you're fairly simply able to kind of like keep them back with both of your pole arms as the rest of the group kind of moves closer towards the door. They don't seem to pay any attention to the rabbit that Silas conjures. They seem to be fairly well fixed on your group and your group alone for the moment. Tegan, nothing, kind of flits here and there, tripping them up and kind of swatting aside their weapons. But again, like, they're not actively fighting. It doesn't really seem like they even really care or mind much. They don't try to attack nothing. They don't try to grab nothing. They seem to be fixed on your group. You approach the front gate, and Naira, where you have kind of like shot off ahead a little, you arrive at this corpse first, and there's no doubt in your mind as you kind of approach that this is the body of your brother. The same hair color, the same similar style of clothing, weapon choices that might be on him, though his face is beyond unrecognizable. It
I
looks
have a
like
question real quick.
Mhm.
Are these all like bony boys, or are they like do they have like meaty bits, or like are they a little mummified, or?
Yes, a little of all of the above.
Oh, okay.
It very much looks like some of them have been sitting out in the sun. Some of them are more like bog body, type. Some of them are fresh enough that they might still like have like visible wounds and things on them. Some of them would be
So
zombies as well as
some dry, some
skeletons.
juicy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Um.
So just to kind of throw out a little bit of backstory, lore dump. Naira's brother disappeared at one of the annual Silverwood Lodge events. I don't know if it was the last one, if it was 2 or 3 ago, but it's been long enough to where Naira has been pretty sure that his brother wasn't coming back anyways, dead or alive. But seeing his actual corpse and knowing that for at least some period of time it has been reanimated and defiled and used, he kind of drops to his knees over this corpse and lets out an extremely loud keen that at first is just like an agonizing scream, but eventually transforms into this roar of a bear as he rips the medallion, the pendant off of his this corpse's neck, and kind of stows it in a pouch. I think even at this point, he's forgotten about the tablet that he was had kind of secondary on his mind. He is actually looking for the closest of the other undead to kind of satiate some of his anger at this point.
Yeah, tearing the talisman free is not difficult to do at all. It might be somewhat surprising how easy it comes off, because again, his head is partially liquefied. Just it looks like he has been smashing his face against this gate for some time. You yank this amulet off, and viscera kind of like sprays across the front of this tablet and the gate. But you have it in your hand, and as you turn and spin, you can see no shortage of empty eye sockets staring back at you as they shamble towards your group. So you could have your veritable pick if you'd like. Tegan, from where you were kind of paying attention to Naira and this stone as well, you were close enough to see that this slab, this stone tablet, is shaped like a gravestone. It's 100% what it looks like. And it looks like the carved letters that you can see have been like chiseled into the backside of it. Like the gravestone itself is very old looking. It has like, that kind of black algae or moss or whatever, or lichen that kind of like grows in the on the stones. But this has been chiseled in somewhat recently. You'd probably have to get closer in order to actually read it. But it looks like there's probably at least half a dozen words that have been etched into this stone.
And Nathan, so it looks like Naira is preparing to charge off at the nearest undead, right to where his brother's corpse was. Is that kind of correct? Would Tegan be able to gauge that?
Yeah, Naira is looking for a target. He's not pulling his weapons, but he is very much in the stance of if I can get one of these undead within arm's reach, I'm just going to start driving in faces. and he's prepared to go full unarmed barbarian on any undead that gets anywhere near him, even if that means he has to walk to get that near him.
There's suddenly a firm hand on Naira's shoulder. And Wynn looks at you and says, "So was it one of your people?"
He more than says this, he growls it just the word brother, and that's the extent.
Oh, the hand on your shoulder just gives you a squeeze, and then Wynn gives you a nod. I'm sorry.
Okay. Naira, you close with one. Easily. Again, they're making their way towards you, as slow as it might be. So moving directly towards one is not going to be hard at all. What do you do once you get there?
I said I stowed this medallion. I think actually I'm gonna retcon that. Naira still has it in his right hand, and gripping this silver lion's paw claw medallion, he just starts swinging that right hand, trying to push that fist as far into whatever skeleton, zombie, mummy has stepped in his path, or happened to be in the path he's walking.
Okay.
I think too. So Naira's raging, but I don't think that it's quite the same. I think it's such a mindless rage that there's still that visage of what should be a bear behind him, but it just won't solidify like it did before. I think it's almost like an amalgamation of this bear and this lion that's kind of, it's switching back and forth. You can't really tell exactly what shape that is. It's kind of coming up behind it.
Okay. Do this for me. Roll me a d4.
That's a 2.
Okay. So, describe for me how you take down 2 of these undead before the next thing happens.
I think the first one, he just, as he's walking up to this very rotted zombie corpse, he just draws back with that right fist with that medallion in his hand, and he just hits it so hard that there's just a cave in. Basically, his fist starts, it kind of halfway disappears into the face of this thing, and it just falls back away from him. And then he actually takes and lets drop that medallion out of his hand with the thong wrapped around, and he kind of pulls it back up and puts it where it's almost as if it's a claw in his hand. It's a small medallion. It's not massive, but he just takes even that small shape of a lion's claw and just on the next one just starts clawing the flesh from the face until it gets down to bone and starts to strip the bone away.
As Naira has kind of like launched himself forward, he's taking these things down without seemingly a lot of effort, though he's incredibly, enraged. The rest of you notice that you're being converged upon still, and that like this amount of activity and noise and aggression is drawing several of the patrolling groups of the skeletons from other places in the battlefield in your direction. You're seeing probably at least 2 to 3 dozen that are now making their way towards you. Within moments, Naira is probably going to be surrounded.
I'm going to shout out towards the gate to open the gate. See if there's a
All right.
response there.
What are the rest of you doing?
I think Tegan was moving towards the tablet that she had seen to get a better look at that carving when she saw that Wynn was seemed to be kind of helping Naira out, but realizing that there are upwards of 24 of these undead starting to converge on us. I think she kind of flexes her hand and this like polished bone knife appears in her hand. She's going to pull out the moppet and she's just going to give it a little poke to the Naira moppet to see if that can shock Naira out of this rage he's in. She understands what he's doing, but there's way too many of these enemies at this point. She's just going to give it a little poke with the dagger to see if that shocks him out of it.
Okay. Naira, make a wisdom saving throw for me at disadvantage.
Wisdom save, that's going to be a big fat 10.
10. Okay. So you sense this strange sensation kind of at the core of your abdomen, kind of right behind your belly button, almost like this tether that seems to almost kind of connect you to wherever it is in your mind reason goes whenever you rage. This other part of yourself that gets shelved or temporarily put away whenever you fly into this mayhem. And for a moment, you think you might be able to walk back from the edge if you wanted to. But then you see another barbarian, another elven bear totem person just over, the next, slump in the land. And you lose all connection, all tether, all over again.
I think when Tegan pokes this visage and a little bit of that clarity comes for just a second, I think that visage behind Naira solidifies into a bear for a moment, just for a split second. And then when he sees that other totem, it just even more tumultuous, just becomes this amalgamation, this shape that you almost can't tell what it's supposed to be at all.
Okay. Silas, you have called out to the gate. It seems like Naira is actively working his way away from the gate. Or is the rest of your group, are you headed towards the gate? Are you following Naira? What are our two soldiers doing?
Ash would kind of look at Wynn and I'm going to watch his back and draw him this way. Make sure the path to the gate stays clear.
I have a question for you, Jeremy.
I
Based
might
on
have an
what
answer
we've
for you,
seen,
Tamiko.
what?
Said I might have an answer for you, Tamiko.
Oh, good. Based on what we've seen and heard so far, does it seem like the undead are being drawn to the general kerfuffle or like the sounds?
So it seems more like they seem to more have reacted to two things: your approach to the gate and the aggression that has like significantly ticked up in the recent moment. Those seem to be the two things that have gotten the largest response from them.
Okay. So Wynn will turn to Ash and say, well, I'll I'll help you keep an eye on him. At least he seems to be drawing the crowds away from the door.
I mean, yeah, but if he's dead, it's not going to do much for us.
It's fine. I'll just come back.
Um,
I would imagine that while he's raging, what is it? After Wynn says this to Ash, she will go up and just firmly take hold of one of his arms, the arm that's holding the charm. And Wynn will say, easy now, Naira, that's enough. Look around you.
I think the only reason that you're able to keep his right hand from smashing the skeleton standing in front of him is because you also, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you also have um, the gauntlets of ogre strength.
Yeah.
You have he has very similar gauntlets as well, and that is the only reason that you're able to hold that fist back. But the other side comes swinging around and smashes the skull of the next skeleton in front of him, almost as if you're not there.
Within seconds, these skeletons and zombies and bog bodies converge on Naira and Wynn, putting their hands on them, grabbing a hold of cloak, clothing, armor, straps, whatever they can get a hold of. It's very, very clear that this is a situation that is going to be overrun very quickly. They are not clawing at you, they're not bashing at you, they're not attacking you with weapons, but they are definitely grabbing a hold of you, or attempting to.
When what is it? Wynn pulls out one of the bottles that she still has. I had 3 of holy water. Uh, takes the cork out and makes it rain over her and Naira.
Excellent. As you do so, a number of them react as if acid has just fallen from the sky. You know, they open their lipless mouths and some of them let go. Some of them fall to pieces entirely. But everywhere that one falls, another 2 or 3 close that void very quickly.
And I'm gonna bodily try to haul Naira back. This is gonna be fantastic. Strength versus
Right.
strength.
Let's get an athletics. So go ahead.
I was going to say
Kenny.
Ash joins in, and when she sees the holy water come out, she pulls up behind Naira, and as Wynn's starting to kind of body, she's grabbing Naira and pulling and saying, so Huntley, you best move now, or we will leave you out here to die. And she just kind of starts pulling him.
Okay, so it sounds like when you can make an athletics check at advantage.
Advantage?
While they're
Advantage.
doing or trying to pull him back, I am going to use minor illusion to make a sound, and it can go up to, says a lion's roar. So I think a bear's roar is probably not outside that realm of same
I
audio.
agree.
So I'm going to like just kind of like Hulk clap to like make this bear roar to like snap Nira out of this. So as that bear like roars, I will then follow that with my own voice and say, Nira, your tribe needs you here now.
Ooh.
Thanks for that advantage, by the way, Jeremy. That was a 3 and an 18, so that's
Okay.
24.
A gulf of a difference. Naira, you can make an athletics or an acrobatics, whichever you prefer.
I think I'm gonna go with athletics. I got a
I am
plus
shocked.
6. Still only an 18 though.
Hey.
Okay. You are fighting. You are fighting your best. You are swinging the arm that you have free. You're headbutting, kicking. But Wynn is collected and manages to wrestle you back, especially with the help of Ash and this admonishment by Silas. Wynn absolutely won. Wynn won. So you are actively being drug back towards the gate of Runswick. More of these undead are closing by the moment. They're coming from the other side of the palisade now, from deeper within the woods, and there does not seem to be an end to them. It's just wave after wave after wave of these. And again, they press in on your group, always with grasping hands, trying to grab a hold of you, never trying to injure or harm you directly, it seems like. And the few times that one kind of gets a hold of something, a part of a piece of clothing or, again, your armor, you can sense that they seem to be wanting to drag you off into the woods, away from the town.
Well, don't like that.
While the others are sort of more focused on Naira, would Tegan be able to sort of use this like brief lull to get a little closer to that fallen stone tablet and read the writing that is etched on the back of it? I think she just kind
Yes.
of mutters under her breath to herself, "Silly bear," and she just creeps over to where the tablet is to try and see if she can discern what's on the back of this tombstone-shaped slab.
Absolutely. You see the words Desmond Frederick, tonight, midnight, outside the gate.
Desmond Frederick, tonight, outside the gate.
Tonight, midnight, outside the gate.
Gotcha. What time of day is it right now, Jeremy?
It's probably the equivalent of like 10, 11 o'clock at night. Not quite midnight, but not too far away.
Okay. Yeah, I think she'll clock that. I think she'll actually, if it's not too terribly heavy, though I understand it's stone, I think she'll try to take the slate with her, kind of tuck it under an arm. And then were the gates opening or were they still closed, despite Silas's kind of earlier call?
Now that you have kind of wrangled Naira and are dragging him back towards the gate, and it's taken some time to do so, you can hear that somebody seems to be lifting the bar that kind of like holds the gate itself closed out, and one side of the gate starts to kind of swing open again. This is not made for functionality very well. It is definitely sturdy and heavy, and it seems like only one person is currently trying to open it.
Okay, I think Tegan will notice that, clock the fact that I know you said like more and more of these undead were coming out and sort of reaching towards the others. She will whisper under her breath, "I can change my shape like a snake sheds its skin. Now let the games begin." And her body will shimmer, and she is going to take on the appearance of the good high priest Lyle Rowan and call out in like this mockery of his voice and say, "Open the gates in the name of Tana. I, Lyle Rowan, am in desperate need of aid with my companions. Open the gates faster, you fools!" You know, just something like that. And she's just gonna like thump on the gate, looking like this man that we delivered to his death not too long ago.
Okay. You slam on the gate, making your displeasure known. As the rest of your group kind of like reconvenes with you just outside the gate, holding Naira back, who I imagine is probably still kicking and screaming and fighting.
I think that the farther he is drugged from the undead, the less there is fight. There's still this seething rage. There's still this almost palpable anger and bloodlust coming from him. But I think that the actual fighting against his companion has calmed down. Silas's roar and statement to him has really struck home. One of his bonds is that his clan or his tribe is the most important thing to him in the world. So I think that statement really hit home and has started to sink in and calm him down at least on the outside.
As the gate. Oh, so good. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that I think Silas is since Ray of Frost is one of my cantrips, so just like these blue-white light streaks are just like streaming from either hand just as fast as he can sling them. Not so much to like down a zombie because but it does slow their speed, so he's just like and just kind of like as he can, like tries to slow as many as he can down to buy us more time.
Perfect. The gate opens wide enough that your group can shamble through. And as the last of you passes through, the gate is then closed, and with some effort, you're able to put the bar back behind the door. And as that happens, we, as the audience, see the silhouette at the edge of the forest of a rider on horseback, clothed in a wispy shroud, and out from beneath the darkness of this cowl, we see a singular red eye watching this unfold. Inside the gates of Runswick, there's one other thing that is noticed, Silas. Now that you are no longer slinging your rays of frost, you, for the first time, get a clearer look at the silver medallion that Naira has clutched in his hands. And while the medallion itself is not something that you have ever set eyes upon, it is the way that it has been plated in silver. Something about that is recognizable to Silas because it screams of the kind of work done by your aunt, Lyra Thorne.
And I take that Nira is still clutching this medallion pretty firmly.
It is more clutched by the thong it would have been tied around the neck with at this point, so it's kind of dangling. But yeah, he's essentially got a death grip on this part of it at least.
Would we know? I mean, just from traveling with Nira, I imagine this isn't the first time we've ever seen him rage. So it's great when we need it in the fight. But I imagine there comes a time like, much like Avengers with Hulk, when they have to calm him down. Is there something that Nira, some way for us to, now that we're not in combat, something to kind of like draw more of that calm out?
I hadn't really thought of that. I don't really know. Um, he's definitely more calm than he was seconds ago. Out in the field, I think that I think that if he sees Silas looking his direction or even at the medallion itself, um, I think that he has a little more calm wash over him. I think that he realized that you were the one that said what was said about tribe and clan. So I think there's a lot more calm kind of directed in your direction at the moment than he's not taking his rage and anger out on the rest of the party, but I think there's a lot more focus and calm in your direction as if he's trying to grasp for to let go of the rage that he was just in, because this wasn't just his normal battle rage. This was literally a mindless a rage that he was into. It wasn't the normal that you guys are used to seeing.
I guess I'll just ask, like, as I'm trying to hold Nira's focus to our group here, just like, does it does anybody know what set him off?
Are there any people around, Jeremy? Like now that we're inside, are there like any sort of guards or
There is, in
citizens or
fact.
anything? Okay.
There is an individual, whoever it was that opened this gate. You turn to see a man who very clearly is at home, kind of in the forest of Mains, armed with a crossbow and a quiver of bolts. Um, he's got the look of a woodsman about him, and he looks distracted, as if he really is eager to get back up into the tower, especially given the fact that now the undead is kind of pushing against the door a bit. He kind of raises a hand, as if to kind of say, "Are you good?" And you notice that he is missing 3 of the fingers on his left hand.
I think Tegan, still in the guise of Lyle Rowan, will just say, "Good woodsman, please direct us to a place where we can rest and then go back to your duties. For I, Lyle Rowan, have a poor constitution and do not have much endurance. I need to sit down. Where can I go to sit with my companions?"
This individual kind of like turns his face away from Tegan and rolls his eyes very exaggeratedly towards the rest of you, before he turns back, and he kind of uses his remaining 2 fingers on his left hand. He kind of points to his eyes and then turns and points up the street where you can see the swinging wooden sign of a tavern.
"Ah, excellent. I, Lyle Rowan, thank you so much for your service. Come, companions, let us go." And Tegan will start to walk that way, towards the tavern. I think what she'll probably do is she'll like go a little bit ahead, and then she'll like duck into an alley, drop the disguise self, and then pop back out, so she can join the others in the tavern, so we can figure out what the heck we're going to do, and kind of what next steps are.
Wynn turns to Silas to answer his question. Um, and she just kind of looks somberly at you and says, "He recognized one of the fallen, one of the undead. It's his brother."
Cupping this medallion in my hand, um, I simply just put my hand upon Nara's chest, which unfortunately is not warm. I'm pretty cold to the touch, but um, and looking at you, locking eyes, maintaining eye contact. Nara, I know what it is to lose those closest to you, especially family. And though I know those emotions can run hot and deep. There will be time to grieve, and there will be time for vengeance. But we need you here now.
Let's go find Tegan and get a few whiskeys in you.
I think Naira not breaking eye contact with Silas, just kind of in a whisper / growl, just says, "Those at the Silverwood Lodge said he wandered off. They have something to do with this."
With that, I would agree.
There's something not right about what's going on in there out there. They weren't attacking. They weren't behaving like normal undead. And yes, I understand the ridiculousness of that last statement, but they were controlled. And almost like they
If anything, I would say that they herded us in here.
yes, it was
And it seems we got a glimpse of who may be controlling them. I agree with you that they were not simply turned loose mindlessly to roam these fields.
they didn't react until we got close to the gates. And when we came up, that one was pounding its head on the gate. It's like it was knocking.
I think at the mention of Nair's literally coming down, pulling off, you can slowly see his thoughts coming back to his head. What little there are, anyways. But I think at the mention of this zombie that was banging his head against the wall, which would have been his brother, I think he just exclaims "tablet" very, very loudly, and just kind of starts looking around, looking to the rest of the party to see if any of you had it. It's just now coming back to his mind that he meant to check that.
The hunter, kind of signaling to each of you with like a thumbs up or an OK symbol, kind of looking around questioningly to each one of you. And then once it seems like you're all right, he turns and scrambles his way back up into the tower, and begins plucking off undead that are pushing against the gate.
I think Tegan, having grown tired of waiting for the others to finally make it to the tavern, I think will kind of step back out, look around, see they're still standing by the gate, I assume, and she still has the tablet kind of tucked under one arm, and she will just stroll down to them. Were you all going to just leave me in that alley for an unknown amount of time? What's going on? Is everything all right?
What alley?
The alley I stepped into to change. Did you really think that Lyle Rowan was with us? Of course he wasn't. He's not with anyone right now, except for my mother, maybe.
I was fooled.
Excellent. I was working on his voice. Still felt a little theatrical. Anyway, look at this. And she's going to show them the tablet and the writing on the back that says Desmond Frederick tonight, midnight, outside the gate.
That
Ominous.
name ring any bells?
Anybody who wants can make a history roll. We can find out.
16.
15.
4.
12.
17.
Okay. So, it sounds like Naira, Ash, and Tegan have in fact heard of Desmond Friedrich. I would say what you know about him is he is a banker who has acquired a decent amount of wealth in the recent years, making kind of quite a name for himself. And as it so happens, he is now the mayor of Runswick. He's the person who runs this town. In particular, Naira. I'll leave it up to you to tell me how it is that you know this. But you also know that he has a minor connection to Silverwood Lodge.
I think that whatever Naira knows about that connection is how he knows of this person. His little tribe, clan, sect of people have been looking into the Hag's Eye Moon and potentially the Silver Lodge, and as part of that, and I think that's where the connection and that goes. It's from that research.
Okay. Maybe a contingency of your tribe was meant to even meet up with this Desmond Friedrich at some point.
Who knows? Maybe that's why his brother was at the Silverwood Lodge thing.
Could be.
I have a question, Jeremy. With the history check that I made, would I know if this Desmond Frederick guy has any connection at all to like alchemy or the study of alchemy or anything like that? Because I have a journal that on the first page it says Frederick. I don't know if that's Friedrich or Frederick. Frederick's Alchemy, Volume 1.
So close. No, it is
Okay.
not spelled the same.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I believe the journal says Charles Frederick.
Okay, I didn't realize there was a first name in it.
I think it's Charles Frederick III.
Okay.
Actually.
Gotcha. I will update that then.
Yeah, this is Desmond Friedrich.
Got it.
But it is similar.
Got it.
So to answer the question more pointedly, no. To your knowledge, there is nothing that seems to tie this individual to alchemy that you know of.
Okay. That's a little strange. One of the undead was carrying a stone slab with a message for the mayor of Runswick. Seems a little odd. Or someone that is going to meet the mayor of Runswick at midnight, which is not too terribly far away right now.
Besides that, it seems Desmond may have answers to other questions.
Is that tablet a gravestone? A headstone?
I think so. It looks like one, doesn't it? What's on the other side, Jeremy? Is there like an actual like grave marker stuff?
Yes, definitely. Okay. I think it's probably like so old that it's almost worn off, and again covered in that kind of lichen. So
does it look like it's been broken across the bottom, Jeremy? Or does it look like it's been pulled out of the ground?
It looks like it has been broken and probably been broken for some time. Like some of the lichen growth and things like that, and the erosion seems to even be on the broken bottom.
Well, if you wanted to deliver a message, and you had just got done raising a bunch of undead from a graveyard.
You use what you have available, like tombstones.
Use a tombstone to describe the message, and then give it to one of the undead and have it lean it against a gate and knock several times.
Yes, but it still seems very high effort.
It does.
Wouldn't it be easier to just write a note and pin it to the front of one of them?
Well, you'd still need parchment and ink, and you might not have access to those kind of materials.
When you're in the business of raising this many undead, are you exactly in the right mind to be thinking logically as to what's less effort or what has most impact?
Theatrical. Mm.
I mean, no one could beat your theatrics.
Thank you, Ash. Thank you.
You're welcome, Tegan. It was a
A compliment of the highest order, I know.
no, it was a I felt as though we were back in his church listening to him give a sermon. It was so wonderfully done.
I know, especially the way he whined about his lack of endurance just seemed very appropriate. I don't know. I was embellishing. Anyway.
But it doesn't seem like this note would have been just for Desmond's eyes only, since it was being carried in the open, and anyone at the gate could have recovered the stone, or at least seen it and then told Desmond about it. So,
I don't think it was supposed to be delivered in
right.
secret. I just think it was the creepiest
Right.
way that someone who's obsessed with the undead would find to deliver a message.
And even
And
if someone else went out instead of Desmond, there's plenty of undead that could just drive them back. It almost seemed like, from what I could tell, they were trying to pull us away. So maybe that's why they're out there. They're trying to keep the outside of the gate safe for this meeting on behalf of whatever entity is controlling them.
Good. Sounds like Desmond has a few things to answer for.
Ash will look over at the guard who pointed to the tavern. Um, where can we find Desmond?
The guard kind of takes a shot and then looks back, and kind of points up like further into the town, and you can see that there's a long kind of like street, a thoroughfare that leads kind of roughly uphill, and there definitely seems to be like a manor house, kind of again beyond the tavern that he indicated at first, that seems to be maybe the largest building in town.
Do you not speak?
Oh, I was just going to ask that.
This hunter kind of looks at you and tilts his head, shakes
Are you
it,
missing your tongue? Did it get cut off? Oh,
shows
it's
you
right
a
there.
tongue.
So sad. I bet you have a wonderful voice. Or maybe a witch took it. Oh, that happens sometimes.
Did you sign a contract and give up your voice?
Kind of makes like slight noise and nothing more.
We should stop tormenting him and go talk to the mayor.
Yes, let's go.
Gladly turns back to his work.
Good luck. There's a lot of them out there.
Okay. So, the two places of note that you can see are the tavern, which on the wooden sign outside has what looks like a tankard that has been like plated in bronze on the outside of it, and then beyond seems to be a large manor house that is surrounded by like a small half wall.
Jeremy,
Good.
not to
Mhm.
kind of derail anything that's happening now, but I think in the process of us deciding where we're going next, I think Naira would take the talisman he got from his brother and also take his off and kind of compare them, because it sounds like the one his brother has is not only is the lion claw, which makes sense, but it sounds like it's either made differently or has been remade or coated in silver or something like that, and it may differ from what their traditional talismans are made from.
Yeah, so I think that this is probably a talisman that your brother has had for a long time. Probably as long as you've had yours. And it definitely is the same. It's the same claws, the same, fangs or what have you that are kind of lashed together. But this looks like it has been essentially coated in silver. It has been literally silver plated.
I don't know that Naira would have or be able to think of a reason for this. I just think as we're kind of discussing, and specifically when we're walking and there isn't a decision to be made, he's kind of examining this and wondering why this would be this way.
Do we want to maybe split up? One group go to talk to this Desmond person, the other group could go to the tavern and see if there's any locals with more information, potentially. Especially if some of us need to just kind of like side eye Naira a little bit. Keep tempers under control, Although it was very impressive still,
I suggest we visit the local watering hole before we simply beeline for the mayor.
All right. Naira, can you carry this? And she's going to hold out the stone tablet.
It'll be
No.
good to get some information about what's been going on and how long and everything else before we just interrogate the mayor.
Oh, is that what we're doing? Exciting.
I would be very willing to lessen your burden.
Mm-hmm.
It seems important. I probably shouldn't touch it.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting. Or maybe I just want to see what'll happen if you touch stone. Will it like crumble into dust in your hands, or will it like explode into bees or something? I don't know. I'll hang on to it.
If it was normal stone, we could test that. Considering that seems to be a gravestone, I would like to not test that.
Oh, I see. That's a good point. All right. Sure. Let's go get a drink. Or two.
Okay. You head towards the tavern, surprisingly known as the Bronze Tankard. Embers in the hearth and torches give a warm glow to the deserted interior of this tavern. Stomping precedes the black mohawked dwarf, well, maybe the description's a little different, who exits the kitchen. Not giving you or the mayor any more go... Oh. What can I do for ye? Before you stands a surly-looking dwarf, rag in hand.
The bar's empty?
It
Wynn
is
just kind of
indeed.
looks around confused and then looks at the dwarf and says, "Does nobody drink in this town?"
Not as much as maybe they should. Everybody's hunkering down in their homes, afraid to come out.
Well, and Tegan will just hold up her satchel and just kind of jingle it, and from all the coins that she has, we could certainly use some drinks, and maybe you could tell us a little bit more about what the actual fuck is happening. There's a lot of undead out there,
Indeed. But if you've got coin to spend, then have a seat wherever you'd like. I'd gladly serve you.
We should sit at
What
the
do you
bar.
have?
Let's go sit at the bar. Whiskey? Whiskey for everyone? Huh? Silas? I know Naira could definitely use some whiskey.
Tankard of
It's
ale and a
fine.
sidecar.
What's a sidecar?
Serious people.
Very.
It's a side cart. Side cart.
Oh, a side cart. I missed the T.
Yeah.
Thank you, Precious Ash.
This dwarf very quickly goes about their business, serving your drinks, pouring whiskey, ale, what have you. Are any of you hungry?
I am.
All right.
Yeah, we could use
Oh, I could eat.
with a bit of food in our bellies.
I've got the majority of a goose I cooked for supper left. Could probably scrounge about, find a few things to go along with it, and stretch it for the rest of you.
I think Tegan will just reach into her satchel and grab maybe 40-ish gold pieces and just kind of dump them onto the bar and just say, whatever that gets us, sounds good to me.
The dwarf actually holds up their hand. By any chance have you come to deal with this problem outside of our gates?
I think Tegan will look to you, Ash. Have we?
We're here. We headed this way because of what we heard, and well, we've found some interesting stuff on the way in, and now we're going to have a meal and decide what's going to be done.
If you deal with this problem of this undead menace outside of our gates, I'll consider it square. You can have room and board for as long as you'd like.
Oh. Sure. Tegan will scoop up the coins.
It's about time somebody did something about this damn thing.
Is the mayor not trying to solve this problem, trying to fix this?
The mayor. Right. You'd have to do something in order to fix this kind of a problem.
I'm telling you, the Faro Valley seems to have a real problem with just bad mayors. I don't know what's going on with that. Anyway, it's a plague.
It's almost like the career path of a politician draws flies.
Exactly. Well said. So why isn't the mayor doing anything, or what has he said in regards to all of this? Just stay in your homes and hope for the best?
The mayor's a rotten coward, he is.
Oh.
Doesn't serve anybody but his own self-interest. Always has, but this... He hasn't come out of his home in days. Just pretends like nothing's happening. Stays up there with his tax collectors. Hiding away.
How do you get in and out of the village?
We don't.
Hmm.
It's been days now. There's no way we can leave. Every time someone steps outside the gate, those things grab them and haul them off. Sometimes they come back, but even if they do, they're pretty shaken.
What do they?
Right, go ahead.
What do they see when they're taken?
Seem to be questioned. Somebody out there in the woods, some thing out there in the woods, is asking him questions about the mayor.
Doesn't seem like there'd be much tax collecting with farmers not being able to till fields. Obviously, there's no trade or commerce happening with an empty tap room.
Doesn't stop them from trying to squeeze blood from a stone.
Do those people that are interrogated, what do they describe the person that was talking to them? I imagine it's not a zombie or an animated skeleton asking the questions. What does this thing look like? Or do they
Seems
not
to
see
be.
it? Oh,
Skeletons, zombies, differs from time to time, but there's always a common thread.
hmm
Everyone that they talk to has a single red eye.
Does that sound like anything, Jeremy? Like the calling card of a specific like necromancer or any like legend in the Faro
We s-
Valley? Anything at all?
We saw it once really briefly. I think in the first game, our first session.
Did we?
I think it was just in this session the audience saw, as you came in through the gate, there was a rider on horseback that we saw that matched that description. I don't think that we have seen that
It doesn't sound super familiar.
before.
Are there any local legends or stories about something like this, like an undead or a creature that controls undead with a single red eye?
Anybody that wants to can roll a history check. I think this is going to be at disadvantage, though.
Wynn just kind of smirks into her ale and then looks over at Tegan and says, somebody who changes their appearance a lot.
Yeah, I mean, that could be.
Kind
But
of reminds me of someone I know.
But that would be a little strange, though, to have one characteristic still be the same in every form. You know what I mean? That kind of defeats the purpose if you think about it. Because then people always know that it's you. And that's no fun.
Wynn looks like she's thinking about it really hard. Like you can tell that hamster's running, but it's not going to get anywhere.
All right. So it is actually Silas who is the only person that kind of procs to this. And I think Silas, it's probably because there was a mention in a letter that Lyra wrote you once upon a time about the Silverwood Lodge that mentioned an individual who had a glowing red eye. And this individual, very much alive, was a military commander named Hugh Egelhard.
Yes. I seem to recall more rumor or conjecture, really, within the Silver Lodge. My aunt had mentioned it in one of her letters. I believe this individual, at one time, was called Hugh Egelhard.
Hugh Egelhard.
Believe he was a commander of some note.
Now, I want to ask Jeremy, do I recognize anything about this person?
Yes, I think that
Egelhard.
actually, let's do this. Ash, Wynn, both of you please roll history checks at advantage.
16.
My little electronic dice are a little slow rolling.
No worries.
15.
15. Okay. Both of you actually, though the red eye thing was not something that you had ever heard about his description, you have heard of the name Hugh Egelhard. Sir Hugh the Hewn Egelhard, whenever he was originally knighted, was given domain over the Runswick area. According to what you know of his reputation, he was generous, humble, and well liked by his charges. Robert Dubois commanded him to defend Rictus Hill against the undead horde to the south.
Never mind. Never mind.
Have we heard if he survived the battle or not?
You have not. What did you roll again, Ash?
16.
16? That's 3 above. Okay, I will add this additional piece that Ash knows somehow. That whenever he was commanded to defend Rictus Hill, Hugh actually challenged the reasoning and the loyalty of Robert Dubois in front of the king, because supplies were not being delivered to Rictus Hill the way that they should have been. Shortly thereafter, assassins attacked and killed the soldiers under the command of Egelhard. Supposedly, Hugh somehow survived.
So he challenged Dubois, not the king.
Correct. He challenged Dubois in front of the king. And for those of you who know Robert Dubois, I think both Ash and Wynn know him. You would know that, like, that's something that would never have gone well. Robert Dubois is an extremely arrogant individual, so being challenged, much less in front of the king, would have been a massive slap in the face.
When we were walking in, did any of the undead look like they were Engelhart soldiers?
They definitely could be. Absolutely. The same, livery or standards that you would see like on some of their tabards and things that weren't completely coated in mud and blood. Especially some of the fresher ones. The dwarf, as he is serving, is trying his best to not eavesdrop on your conversation, but when the conversation turns towards this individual, Hugh Egelhard, he says, Hugh Egelhard was a good lord to serve. He did right by these lands. Is there something about these troubles that he's tied up in this somehow?
Do you know what has come of Hugh?
Last I heard, he was sent south to fight these kinds of creatures.
How long ago was that?
A few months ago, maybe close to a year now.
Oh.
That's how your mayor got into position here?
Oh. Sometime after that Desmond took up the oath, I suppose. The man that served mayor before was a fine person. He was a bit spineless, perhaps, but he did right by us when he could. Desmond, he bought his way in.
Who did he buy from?
He's got some connections somewhere south. What was that military man's name? The one that you just mentioned, he crossed. Dubois.
What?
That's what it was. Dubois and whatever the rest of those Silverwood people get up to. He was involved in it somehow.
Maybe once we finish eating and drinking, we should go pay Mayor Desmond a visit. It sounds like he has some very interesting connections that we should ask him about.
As
Speaking
if
of
on cue.
connections. Oh, sorry.
As if on cue. Go ahead.
Speaking of connections, Naira, may I see that medallion?
Naira will pass you the medallion, assuming you're asking for his brothers.
Correct.
He'll pass it to you.
You see, silversmiths are, well, they enjoy their craft, and just like any other craftsman, they tend to mark their work. I look over this medallion that's been silvered. I'm looking for Lyra Thorne's etch, which would be her initials on this work. Do I find her initials etched into this
Yes,
medallion?
you do, in fact.
Now, aside from it, would there be any reason to silversmith? Is that like a sign of the Silver Lodge to have something silvered, or is this more of a protection aspect?
Definitely more of a protection type thing. I don't know exactly 100% what you may have had in mind for Lyra, but I think that there's at least a part of her backstory that Silas probably understood, that she either hunted or came up against monsters of a
Mhm.
numerous variety, particularly lycanthropes.
It seems that fate has brought us together in more than one way, Naira. And I am, have a fingernail on the JT initials here, our LT initials, Lyra Thorne. This is my aunt, who have been looking for more information. She too went missing at a Silver Lodge event. It seems that she's interacted with at least your brother, perhaps more other members of your tribe. Silvering is protection, namely against lycanthropes and other creatures in which silver uh, can harm them. Yes, I would imagine Du Bois has, well, not just Du Bois, but Desmond has much to answer for.
Naira would ask the rest of the group, considering he has very little memory of what happened outside of the gates once he took this medallion. If they noticed any other of the undead with medallions that looked silvered like this, specifically of some type of animal totem. And I think he also pulls his bear claw medallion back out and places it down and shows that it's not silvered like his brother's.
I don't know that
And
anybody noticed any other silvered medallions or amulets from the undead on the battlefield.
we should finish here.
as if on cue, strolling into the tavern is a halfling with an eye patch and a cruel smile. Boom, boom. Behind her are several sharp-eyed cutthroats. Mayor Frederick wants to welcome you to Runswick. Since you're already enjoying the protection that we offer, it seems only fair that we're compensated adequately. 10 gold a night seems more than fair. Wynn, you recognize this halfling. This halfling's name is Scorn, and was a member of a certain organization that you belonged to.
When I was a child.
When you were a child, a wee one.
Well, Wynn is not going to be friendly or call out to them or anything like that, because there is a very high likelihood that since I knew this person as a child, they will not recognize me.
Okay. I think this is where we're going to take our break. So we're going to take a 10-minute bio break, refill your drinks, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. And sit tight for those of you out there in La La Land, because we will be right back with the second part of the finale of Ironclad Covenant. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from our break. We are here tonight with Session 3 of Ironclad Covenant, titled Sins and Sums. If you're starting here, why? Why would you do that? But also, welcome, you mad human, you. But yes, this is a game that is published by Buckstar Games. You can find a link to purchase said book in the description of this video. I highly recommend that if you enjoy what you are seeing of this book, it is but a sliver of the content, and you should absolutely go nab yourself a copy. Ben just posted not that long ago in the chat that it is also the 5th anniversary of Buckstar Games. So congratulations, Ben. All 3 of your books so far have been stellar. And this one in particular, again, I've told you before, you've outdone yourself with this book. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do next. Yeah. Okay, speaking of seeing what you do next, I think we're ready to get back into this. So we find ourselves in the village of Runswick, here in the northeast portion of Faro Valley. Amid the forest of manes, there is this wooden palisade that has been hastily built around this town, and outside that palisade is a host of undead, an army that seems to have been collected, put together. And apparently, from what we seem to be learning, may or may not have some kind of connection to a commander known as Hugh Egelhard. It also seems as though the mayor, Desmond Friedrich of Runswick, might be involved in some way in what's happening here. Just as you have made the decision to put down your tankards of ale and your tumblers of whiskey and your goose, the door to the tavern, the bronze tankard, opens, and in walks a halfling with an eye patch. Not any old halfling with an eye patch, but an old acquaintance of Wynn's named Scorn. Those of you who are able to see, so inclined, can see there is a tattoo on her arm of a hooded snake. She walks in and says, "Mayor Friedrich welcomes you to Runswick. Since you are already enjoying the protection we offer, seems only fair that we're compensated adequately. 10 gold a night seems more than fair."
More than fair, indeed.
Well, let's
And
see.
how might we pay our respects to the mayor?
Well, 50 gold would be a nice start.
No. That's it. No.
I'm sorry. She puts like a hand to her ear and leans towards you. You said no?
Yeah, I think Tegan kind of like leans down this like long, kind of lanky figure until her lips are like right by this halfling's ear, and she just says, "No." And then she moves back to her seat. We do want to talk to your boss, though. Maybe you could escort us to his mansion, manor, whatever.
Tegan,
Mm.
roll me a diplomacy. Oh, not diplomacy. What is it called? Persuasion.
Persuasion?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I'm not good at these. Okay, let's see. Yep, definitely not good at these. That's a 7.
Whenever you lean down and you say this right in her ear, she reaches up and slaps you across the face.
Ooh, interesting. All right. Yeah, I think as soon as that happens, maybe surprisingly quickly, immediately Tegan has 2 knives, one in each hand, and she is like standing over this halfling, kind of smiling down at her. You want to try that again? I promise you won't have as an easy a time the second time.
This
Take us to your
halfling,
boss.
this halfling smiles back at you with like a wicked turn at the corner of her mouth, as if this is exactly what she was hoping for.
Makes sense.
Tegan, please forgive. It's been a long journey here to your wonderful village. Emotions run high. Tegan, we are guests here. Let's act like it. We have come into their home after all. We
Think she-
simply
Go ahead.
want to have a nice meal with your mare. We're happy to pay 50 gold for a audience.
She continues to like stare and smile at Tegan as she kind of like turns towards Silas. Now that we know who's holding the leash.
Oof.
She turns back towards Silas and kind of like walks back to you, holds her hand out.
I think you misunderstood him. We will pay the money directly to the mayor, assuming that that is your boss. We will be giving you no coin.
Well, you see, I wasn't
And
asking.
Wynn kind of sits back and rolls up her sleeve so that she can see my mark.
Excellent.
Um,
Okay.
Naira has not turned. Naira turned to see what was happening, but the moment coin was asked for, he felt what happened outside to start to bubble up again, because it hasn't been pushed down very far. So he immediately turned back to the bar, and anybody that's sitting like directly next to him can just hear an audible sound of the wood top of the bar creaking as he's gripping as tightly as possible to push that back down.
Okay. Okay.
Ash is going to kind of she's sitting next to Nira, and she's just going to take a drink of her ale that she's got, and she's going to take her leg and she's going to kind of slide it over to Nira's and just kind of press her leg up against Nira's in like a kind of a grounding type of effort there without making it obvious to the people that are going on. And she'll just very softly to Nira just whisper the word patience.
And I think you can just see Naira like slowly nodding his head. Like it's probably not obvious to anyone but you, considering what else is happening, but you can tell that he's acknowledging what you're saying.
This halfling who's now kind of standing in front of Silas with her hand held out and open. Now that she has been addressed by Wynn, kind of turns and looks in your direction with kind of like an exhausted expression. And then you see her eye kind of flit down to the tattoo on your arm. And then she turns fully towards you. What have we here? A member of the King Cobras? Didn't see that coming. Do I know you?
You never do see us coming, do you?
Do I know you?
You may not know me, but I know of you. I try to remain unnoticed.
She kind of looks back at the other individuals that are with her and kind of like, see? Um, she leans in towards you, kind of leans on the stool opposite from you, pulls like a small, like pinned brooch on the lapel of her jerkin, kind of in your direction. You see this? This says, I'm an official tax collector here in Runswick. I'm serving in an official capacity. I have all the authority of Mayor Friedrich behind me, I assure you.
That
So,
might be true. That might be a good forgery. And I turn and what is it? I nod at the bartender. What say you? Does she speak truly?
he's kind of standing back there with his arms crossed across his chest, looking very nonplussed. Unfortunately, she speaks through. She is the kind of employee that represents our fine, upstanding mayor.
Oh, that definitely says a lot about your mayor.
Grotesque.
Look who hired him. This is the first time Ash is even acknowledging that there's other people that have entered the room. And she just takes a drink out of her ale again.
So, we will be collecting that 50 gold pieces in tax for tonight. And tomorrow, we can see if Mayor Friedrich is taking audiences.
I'll tell you what. We'll give you the 10 gold you asked for originally. Tonight, no more. And if that's not adequate for you, we'll be throwing you and your crew out on your arses. Forthrightly.
It's a lot of undead out there.
She kind of, what is it? Wynn kind of jerks her head towards Tegan and goes, you really shouldn't have crossed that one, especially not during the Hag's Eye Moon.
I'm gonna peel your fucking skin off if you do that again. Gold or no gold, little one.
Naira, for a split second, loses all rage and just bursts out laughing.
Imagine it's made all the stranger by the fact that he has like not turned towards them, so he's like facing away, just laughing maniacally. Perfect.
It's into whatever ale he's drinking. Everything that he was just drinking out is back in that cup now.
Okay. Between Tegan and Wynn, one of the two of you needs to roll intimidation. You can have advantage because
did you
of
say
the help
that's not
that
your
you get.
good thing?
Yeah, I don't have great charisma, surprisingly enough, so I could give you advantage. If
I've got you. I've got you.
I'll give you
Advantage?
If that's okay, Jeremy.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
I just won't roll.
Oh, baby. Thank you for the advantage. That is a 19, so that's a 21.
Okay, this was a very difficult DC. This was a DC of 18. So you managed to smoke that DC. With the combined creepiness of Tegan's reply, and you can tell when that though she tried to play it off, that the fact that you are sporting a King Cobra tattoo has given her a little bit of a hesitation to press this issue. She kind of puts up her hand. Very well. He might be less inclined to meet with you, but I'll take the 10 to him. Let him know that there's more where that came from.
Wynn just
Maybe
pounds
he'll
the
talk to
last
you.
of the ale in her thing, puts the cup down and goes, by midday tomorrow, he will want to see us.
If
Very
he
well.
makes it through the night. Midnight's at what time? How long do we have?
The halfling kind of looks at you with like a puzzled look on her face. What does that have to do with anything?
She looks over at the group.
Well, if we tell you everything, it wouldn't be any fun.
I'm tired of talking to this person. And Tegan will rummage in her satchel and she'll pull out the 10 gold. And I think she's actually going to also put 2 silver in there as well. And she'll just say, for your eyes. And she's going to hand the halfling the coins. Now off with you.
She takes the coins.
Hey, thanks, Moneybags.
She takes the coins from you, kind of glaring at you with this one good eye. Scorn makes her way back towards the door where the other two thugs like hadn't really even fully entered the room. She kind of like slaps both of them on like the thigh. Let's go. And the 3 of them leave.
As they're leaving, Ash just kind of leans her head back. Tell him we hope we get to see him in the morning. We'll be here.
Wynn motions at the bartender towards her tankard. Well, my friends, you've just met Scorn.
Did she know you? Did you know her? Like, there seemed to be some recognition there. What an asshole!
Well, most of the people who go up in the ranks of the King Cobras aren't very jovial. But the ones in the highest ranks are the most jovial, if you could believe it.
Ah.
Yeah,
Are you one of the jovial ones?
No, I worked for the Cobras when I was a child. I was a runner for
a little Wynn.
I was a runner for one of their outposts.
Oh.
Because they made use of a few of the children in the village where I grew up, because children have a tendency to go unnoticed.
True. Do you know why this person is here, apart from apparently working for the mayor?
Not a clue. I've not seen her since I left my village.
Right. I mean, we should go and see the mayor, right? Like we're doing that now. We're not going to wait till whenever. We're just going to go talk to him. Aggressive talking.
Well, didn't you want to do the midnight thing?
I mean, we could. Do we want to wait that long, or do we want to get to him before then? He might not be intact, potentially.
I mean,
Well,
go ahead.
I was trying to say that being someone who has been at court and has played that game, trying to get an audience with the mayor, sure, we've, 50 coins, small price to pay. Tegan, we could have easily recovered that.
It's extortion, Silas. Come on now.
And
where's your spine, man?
It's to get in the door. It is a game, Tegan. Now we have to go another way of doing this, and I'd rather not have to fight the people in here if we're going to have to rely on them to fight the undead out there. Killing the people inside here and making things harder for us in here does not help our cause.
Who said anything about killing the people in here? Come on.
You pulled knives.
I did escalate
Wynn
things a little bit.
As well as Ash. I'm not saying we would have lost. I'm just saying there would have been more. How many were there? 4? That would have been 4.
I understand, Silas, but you have to understand that when you're dealing with somebody who's a serpent, they only understand 2 languages: money and violence. And Tegan is absolutely right. that was extortion. In this case, we weren't going to speak money.
And if you show the wolf your throat, there's a very good chance that it's just going to bite you again and again and again, because it knows you won't do anything to defend yourself.
Well, you certainly have shown that we will defend ourselves. So
Oh,
next
yes.
time, instead of 3, there will be more. When we meet with the mayor, he will not be alone or less guarded. He'll be more guarded.
Sounds
we
like
go
a good
tonight.
reason to go now.
Right. I agree.
We've already delivered one public figure to the woods. Are we planning to deliver a second
We could.
tonight?
I don't
Maybe.
think we'll need to go as far as the woods. I feel like just dropping them outside of the gates here was kind of the intention.
Just
Well,
plop him outside the
yes,
wall.
but if the undead are, it was just a play on words. And Naira goes back to drinking his drink.
Are you drunk, Naira? Already? It wasn't that much.
No, I can bear a lot more than this.
You can bear a lot more than this, can't you?
Ba-dum-bum.
Haha. Just have to grin and bear it. Let's go.
Okay. So the plan is ...
Go talk to the
Question
mayor,
mark.
I guess.
I guess we're going straight up to the mayor's mansion.
Okay.
Poor Silas trying to be civilized with all of these uncivilized people.
You head out from the bronze tankard and turn to head uphill towards the mayor's house at the end of the main thoroughfare. As you approach, a bell rings at the gate multiple times. From here, where the ground is kind of raked upwards towards this manor house, you can see out beyond the palisade and the face of the darkened woods, the forest of Mains, that sits kind of beyond in the cleared space outside of town. 12 times, yes, exactly. Breaking through the tree line is the skeleton of a giant with a glowing red eye and the remains of ancient armor rotting off its bones. From within the giant's ribcage, a grim-looking man in full plate with a matching red eye calls out, "Desmond Friedrich, I have come for you alone. I have no intention of harming the people of Runswick. Do not make me come to you."
So there's a guy riding in the inside of a giant's ribcage?
Correct.
Okay, just making sure I got that picture in my brain, right?
Yep.
That's evocative, is what
That
that
is
is.
amazing. I love it.
It's like a meat mech.
Yes, it's a meat mech. It is the most meatiest of meat suits. So if we can see all this happening, do and I'm going to include Wynn on this question immediately, or Wynn recognize the person or the voice or anything?
Probably. How well do you feel like Ash knows or recognizes Hugh Egelhard?
I feel like since she was essentially Dubois' kind of right-hand assassin, inquisitor, not assassin, but inquisitor type person. She probably was at a lot of these meetings that he was at. She probably saw Hugh insult Dubois.
Yeah, that's a good chance of that. So I think that you would absolutely recognize him. The red eye seems a new addition.
Does he look dead too, or does he look...
Hmm. He looks like a you. He looks like a me. He looks like a man. It's a Mad TV skit, I believe.
Yeah, that was. That's a deep cut.
It's in the deep folds of my brain somewhere.
Yep.
Deeper than the 13th Warrior.
I don't know about that.
Oh yeah, I tell you everything. He look like a man.
That's the one. There you go. Yep. Miss Swan. That's who it was.
Miss Swan, yeah. Oh yeah, sure. I tell you everything.
You see an individual that does not look dead, but definitely looks haggard. Like he has seen some shit. So you can see this skeletal giant kind of just standing there, almost like it's at attention, where Egelhard is kind of like standing and holding on to the rib cages, the ribs from kind of inside, and is kind of leaning out from a place where the armor doesn't completely protect the rib cage, essentially. And as he's calling out this demand, this challenge. He calls out again, Desmond Frederick! Answer me!
Wynn just kind of leans on her pike and says, "Do you want to see how this plays out?"
Kind of wondering what would happen if I'd go say hi.
Do you know him? He 150% does not look familiar to Wynn at all, because she was just like a patsy soldier.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I've met him. He may not recognize me, I don't know. Most don't forget. He's a good man. This is interesting that he's resorted to this.
He did say he was not going to harm the villagers.
Just give him the mayor. Why not?
Not that I'm opposed to that, but Desmond may have information we need as well, and I'd rather extract that before we let Hugh have his vengeance, so to say.
What time is it, Jeremy? How many time? Like, is it midnight now? Is it?
It is
Does him
indeed
come-
midnight.
Yeah. Okay.
There's little doubt that the missive on the tombstone must have been from Egelhard.
Yeah. I'm going to go see if I can convince him to give us some time.
Oh. What if he doesn't recognize you? I mean, you're unforgettable, obviously, but what if he doesn't remember you?
If he doesn't, then I'm going to see if he'll give us more time.
Probably shouldn't go out there by yourself.
I'm not
Maybe
going
take-
out there. I'm going to go stand in that tower.
Oh, all right. Well, like, take Wynn with you at least.
Or my own giant.
Okay. So the plan is then for Ash to head to the guard tower.
I
So
guess I'm
does
going
anyone
to.
want to come with?
I'm going to, I guess.
Okay.
Do you three want to see if you can get into the mayor?
That would be nice. Could be fun. We could try.
I guess she'll head down to the tower.
Unless Naira's talents better suited on the wall.
Well,
Or
they're going
might
to be
be.
talking, right?
Well, but I mean, either way, we could, if there are more cobras, we may need some muscle of our own.
I think Naira should be with you. Besides, I think she looks over at Naira, no offense. Talking about you as if you are not even here, but I don't think being close to the wall is the best place for Naira right now.
Oh, that's a good point.
You're probably right.
Yeah, we'll go see the mayor while you two talk to your old friend commander person. Right, let's go. Tegan will grab her belongings and start to leave the tavern.
Split the party, split
Split
the
the
party,
party.
split the party.
Good luck, don't die.
Good luck, don't die, bye.
It's not like Tegan blew anything up the last time we split the party.
Well, I don't have any more alchemical acid, so I can't do that anymore.
On you. You don't have any on you.
That is true.
Ooh. Ash is gonna give Tegan a vial of alchemist fire. She has on her.
You always
Just
get
in
me the
case.
nicest things. Thank
I
you,
try.
Ash. Yeah, she will happily tuck that in her bag.
Okay.
Do you want to start with them? That's whoever you want to go first, Jeremy.
Let's do
Not
the
split
ones
the
at
party.
the gate.
One's at the gate? Okay.
So it sounds like Wynn and Ash are the two that go to the guard tower. Okay. The seven-fingered hunter, the huntsman that was in the tower, is still there, but very much looks like he is reconsidering how badly he wants to stay here. And you are able to climb up into the tower, and he kind of gestures toward this giant skeleton as if to kind of ask, "Are you seeing this too? Is this real?"
Why don't you go to the tavern and get a bite and an ale?
He nods feverishly, like that's the best idea he's heard all night.
I'm gonna give him a gold and pay for his food too.
He kind of nods and thanks, and then kind of gives a weak thumbs up, like "Good luck." Climbs down the ladder and leaves you.
So
You're
what's
now
your
in the
plan?
tower.
My plan is to talk to him.
Desmond Frederick, you coward! Show your face! Quit hiding behind your people!
She just kind of like looks out over it and in the direction of the mecha giant. She's going to just yell out, "Sir Hugh! I
You
did
see
not think
that?
I'd be seeing you again."
You see that red eye go from kind of like staring out, kind of almost even height across towards where the mayor's villa is. It kind of like turns downwards, scanning before it settles on you in the watchtower. Inquisitor, what are you doing here?
You do remember me.
I remember you are a fearsome witch hunter, among other things.
That is
You
true.
defend this filth? You side against me?
What has this filth done?
What hasn't he done?
We literally know nothing. We just got here.
Who are you? You have the look of a soldier about you, but I don't know you.
Most people don't. I tend to go unnoticed.
She's one of mine.
Works for me. Out of character, Tamiko's not about to shout out, "I'm Wynn Bixley, a deserter!" Might not go over well.
What has he done? Why are you after him?
Maybe you haven't heard. My men and
I've
I
been
were
traveling.
betrayed.
Oh.
Assassinated in the dead of night. For no good reason other than the fact that I happened to challenge Dubois.
And it
Friedrich.
looks like you and I are friends.
Then why is there a wall between us, friend?
Oh. Because there's a wall between me and all of those undead.
I will not
You're
harm
riding
you.
one.
They told us that the wall was constructed to protect the townspeople from all of that.
I mean no harm to the people of Brunswick. Save for maybe Friedrich and his tax collectors.
That little shit Scorn.
I don't know any of their names. But if they serve a man like Friedrich, then they deserve to be buried 6 feet under, the same as he.
You in control of all this?
He kind of pauses for a long moment. A necessary evil. But yes. I've commanded soldiers my entire life. They took my soldiers from me. So I
you
gave
made
them
your
one
own.
last chance to fight for what was taken from them.
And Wynn turns to Ash and says, "It seems to me that perhaps the mayor's reign of terror should end here."
I have every intention of allowing him to take the mayor. I've heard nothing but annoying things about the cowardly shit. Well, I mean, just like you at the bar, but that's enough for me. She kind of half smirks at the joke.
I'm just saying, a general riding a giant is a good ally to have.
It is.
Do you intend to keep me from my goal?
No.
Nope.
Mm.
Wynn starts climbing down the tower and she's going to go unbar the gate.
All right.
I'm figuring that's something I can probably pull off with
With your
these
gauntlets? Absolutely. With ease. In fact, we saw earlier that the guard, the huntsman kind of struggled to get this back in place, and Wynn goes over and moves it like it's made out of styrofoam.
As
Go ahead.
As Wynn's going down, she just looks over at Hugh and we have no intention of keeping you. Mine is allowing you in. Just not everything. But we have business with the mayor. We were attempting to collect information from him. If you let us have him first, you're more than welcome to him after.
He seems to consider this for a long moment. I have your word as an inquisitor. There is no treachery afoot.
You don't want my word as an inquisitor. I left that job. Dubois was... Well,
when you say Dubois, Wynn just kind of spits on the ground.
Dubois is next.
good.
And that is why I have come for Friedrich. Not only did he have a hand in my betrayal, but I am convinced that he knows where that bastard Dubois is hiding.
It's good to know.
We have 3 more allies who have scouted up ahead. Ash and I will walk beside you.
Ash climbs down the tower as the giant like ducks under to get in the gate.
It probably climbs over.
Or climbs over. Sure, that works.
Absolutely. Just like, like a kid over like a kiddie gate, just 1 foot over and then the other.
I'm sorry to go, but then I just picture Wynn rolling her eyes and being like, "Why did I open this damn door then?"
The rest of the undead start to file in, rank and file through the open gate that Wynn has just opened. When you notice, like, as they are walking past you, they're in formation. Like, they're very structured and regimented as they like march into this town. We cut to the other 3. Moments before any of this transpired, the 3 of you are approaching the mayor's house at the top of the hill. You can hear bawdy laughter, music coming from inside the building as you approach. What would you like to do?
To try and sneak in. Can you 2 sneak in with me and try to find where he is? We just grab him and leave. And that way we can have whatever conversation you 2 want to have with him, and then we can deliver him to the man riding the giant.
Sneak in. Well, I mean, as we're approaching, is there any, you mentioned that we heard laughter and stuff. Is there anyone posted outside or just?
Let us see the official description as per the book. A luxurious eyesore of a 2-story building. There are thorny rose bushes beneath each window on the 1st floor. There are 4 brigands, each patrolling one side of the rectangular structure.
We could try to slip in. I could, although I don't have much mystical energy left, I could try to disguise myself again. Maybe I could disguise myself as Lyle Roan, since I did such an immaculate job last time, and try to draw him out. Say I need to speak with the mayor about the undead hordes outside your gates. And then you 2 could jump him.
Yeah, but I don't think Rowan has any pull here. You'd be better off disguising yourself as Scorn or something like that to.
Well, I didn't mean to use him for his pull. I meant more because of the fact that he is a holy man and there are undead outside the gates.
Yeah.
I mean, I could try to disguise myself as that little shit stain if you think it's worth it.
Well, I'm just saying to like tell these patrol guards out here to like take a hike kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Mm,
I mean, I could tell them that.
right. It seems like a waste of magic, to be honest. why don't we try? Let's try to sneak in. Just try to do what I do. Although no one can really do what I do, but just try to follow me, and we can try to slip in, and then we can try to find him. And then if I need to, I can use my disguise self spell for other things. But
Okay.
it's not like either of you are wearing heavy armor, so you won't clank and clatter like Ash and Wynn do.
Right. So how are we sneaking in?
So is there like a wall around this eyesore of a mansion, Jeremy, or is it just kind of like open-ish and there's just kind of
I
patrols
think
in the open
the way I
grounds?
kind of pictured it in my mind is almost like a half rock wall, so like stacked stones that aren't really mortared or anything. It's just kind of like been placed in like a 3 foot, 3.5 foot wall that kind of encircles a yard, for lack of a better term.
Okay. I think what Tegan will do, she'll kind of gesture for the other two to follow her and kind of like duck off into an alley of some kind that's like relatively close to the mansion. And she will once again grab poor overworked Gwyn out of her satchel and throw the bat out. But I think she's going to intentionally try to kind of see through his eyes and hear through his ears. And she's going to have him just do like a circuit, see if maybe there's any open windows or any windows that look into what could be an office of some kind. So maybe we can try to find like what side of the building we need to approach to try to get to the mayor's office a little faster.
Okay, so do a perception roll for me. Whatever adjustments it needs through Gwyn's,
Yeah, his
facilities.
His perception's a little dookie, but that's okay. We're gonna try it out. Oh, honestly, that's not bad. It's a 17 plus. I think it's a total of 18. Let me check. Yeah, it's a 18 total. 17 plus 4.
So Gwyn flies out and does his little like lopsided circlet kind of around the yard. One of the guards kind of like waves his hand like in Gwyn's direction to kind of shoo him off. But you are able to tell through Gwyn's probably echolocation, honestly, that hidden between two of the rose bushes, there's a set of stairs that seem to lead down.
Are there any, like the patrols, the 4 patrolling brigands that you mentioned, are they also moving past that area? Or are they kind of ignoring that area? Or does it seem like it's under unusual guard?
There's like, one brigand per side of this structure, if you will. And they basically walk from one corner and then turn around and walk to the other, and then turn around and walk to the other. It seems to be kind of like their own circuit, if you will. There's definitely at least one. There is one that passes by this, what seems to be a hidden entrance.
So we just time it, right? So like,
right,
and then they turn, and then we.
It's entirely possible.
Yeah, Tegan will relay that to the others as Gwyn flies back, and then she'll pop the hood of her cloak up and say, "You ready to sneak into the rose bushes? This is so exciting. You ready?"
Let's do it.
She will lead the way, I think.
Okay.
Nice.
Let me get a stealth roll from everybody. You can have advantage.
Jace. Oh my gosh, that was really bad and then really good. That is a 27.
Okay. Tegan's definitely not the one I was worried about.
Come on.
24 for Silas. Damn.
Yeah. I am proficient in stealth, so that helps.
Okay. Hey, Naira. How you doing over there?
You said advantage, right?
I did.
Oh, thank God. The first roll was a 6.
Okay.
The second ended up being an 18 total.
Oh,
nice.
Okay. So I think that there is this moment, like the guard like passes the area of the wall that you're kind of hiding on the other side of, and just as he passes, the three of you like kind of clamber over this section of wall, and Naira, because you are wayward cursed, I think your foot actually catches one of the stones on the top of this wall and causes it to like fall, and it just so happens that you caught it You realize what was going on, and you reach back and catch the stone before it like clatters against the ground.
And Tegan and Silas, I don't know that Silas necessarily heard this conversation in the past and would understand what Naira says, but Tegan just whispers just loud enough for Tegan to hear. The stone didn't disintegrate.
Nicely done. You really should get that looked at soon. And Tegan will lead the way to the hidden entrance and try to, if it's locked, she'll try to open it, or otherwise just lead the others in.
Okay. You make your way forward, escaping the notice of the patrolman. The rose bushes are not comfortable going through at all. And poor Naira manages to find every branch that Tegan and Silas managed to avoid. So there's several like little like pricks and things you end up with on your arms and the sides of your face, Naira, as you follow these two into this entrance on the side of the building. When you make your way through the bushes, you find a set of stairs that leads down to what looks like a servant's entrance. And Tegan, whenever you reach the door, you find that it is not locked.
Perfect. Yeah, she will continue kind of sneaking down. I don't know if Wynn noticed during his circuit, like, was there a window leading to an office or something that looked in on an office so that maybe she would have a general idea if we're talking like first floor or second floor for wherever the mayor may be potentially?
It seemed like there was probably an office on the first floor. It looked like, a form of a study of some kind.
Okay.
It seems like most of the people are all downstairs.
Got it. Yeah, I think she would kind of relay that to the others and just say, start with the study, and then if we don't find him there, we'll figure it out, right? Make it up as you go along.
I was thinking perhaps we can catch this. If most of them are gathered in one area, we can catch them off guard. I may be able to incapacitate the majority of them by putting them to sleep.
Oh, that's a good idea. Sure, we could do that. Maybe if we get caught, do you think you could react with that? Would you be able to do it quickly enough?
Oh, yes, I believe so.
Perfect. All right, and she will start to lead the way towards where Gwyn saw sort of the study area on the first floor.
Okay. You make your way inside the mayor's house. You might have to kind of like duck into a dark room, as a couple of people come, walk past the hallway that you were sneaking down. They seem high on alert, though there is plenty of like tankards of ale in people's hands, and there is music coming from somewhere. It's obvious that their security has been heightened. Like the ones that are patrolling have their hands kind of on their weapons, and they're kind of like casually looking around as they make their way through the house. Exquisite paintings, gold accented drapes, elaborate rugs, and mounted heads of beasts are seen in every room. The kitchen leads to a fully stocked larder and a wine cellar with a servant's entrance. The study has a lit hearth and 2 wing-back chairs in front of a heavy oak desk. It's a description as per the book. You make your way, dodging the notice of the guards, until you find yourself outside the door of the study, where you can see the firelight kind of flickering from beneath the bottom of the door. And you can hear conversation happening behind the door, though it's hard to make out what exactly it's about.
think.
Uh,
Okay.
You have noticed a decent number of these guards around. I would say that you have seen probably at least half a dozen fresh faces as you make your way through here.
Can we tell from like the conversation? I know you said we couldn't understand the conversation, but can we tell like how many voices are coming from the study specifically? Are we able to tell that?
It's difficult, and there's at least two distinct voices.
Okay. I think Tegan will look to you, Silas, kind of arch an eyebrow and then kind of gesture towards the door, trying to communicate like maybe she opens it, you cast your spell, and depending on who's in there, and then we try to get out. And if you nod or give some kind of affirmative, then she'll open the door.
Yeah. I'll nod. I'm ready.
Okay. And she will open the door. Imagine she kind of like pulls the door in front of her, so she's kind of shielded by the door a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll step in, and as I do, I just have sand kind of like seeping from my finger between my fingers as this like I'm holding this sand in my hand, and then I just kind of like toss it into the room as I say the incantation. And I am upcasting this to the second level, which gives me an extra 2d8, so I have a total of 42 hit points that I can put down, starting with the
Okay.
highest and then working its way down.
All right. So, first things first. The door to the study opens. Inside the room, we see, toying with a crystal glass and a half-empty decanter of brandy, is Mayor Desmond Friedrich. His glassy-eyed stare and rosy cheeks give away his inebriation. He would say, "So you've come to my humble town for protection or something else?" Mayor Friedrich is not alone in the room. You also see your old friend Scorn, with a crossbow trained on the door. Silas, as you enter the room, hand full of sand, and reach to fling it into the air, I would like for you to roll initiative. Ooh.
That's a 20 for me.
Okay. Unreal. Silas got a 20. Tegan, what you got?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
Tegan?
realize you wanted us all to roll. My apologies.
I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to.
I mean, honestly, I might as well not have. That's a 7.
Ooh, all right. Naira, do you want a piece of this or no?
Oh, absolutely.
How about you, Sideburns? You want some of
Nira's
this
been
milk?
waiting for this.
There's like, I gotta blow off some steam.
How about you, Sideburns? You want some of this milk? I'd rather have a beer.
You ain't going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes of
17.
playtime.
Excellent. Okay. And then do me a favor, either Tamiko or Kenya, one of you please roll me a d20.
Roll low.
Got this.
Right.
Got this.
Roll it at disadvantage.
You rolled a disadvantage -10.
15. Sorry.
15.
Damn it, Tamiko.
All right.
You're too good at this game.
Okay. Interesting. That's the name. Okay, so I did not roll for Desmond. He's a little drunk at the moment. and there's not much that he is probably going to be able to do before this all unfolds. However, Scorn was at the ready, and I rolled a 19, which means plus her bonuses, she actually goes in 21. So just before Silas manages to unfurl this sand, Scorn is going to shoot a crossbow bolt at you, Silas. Your AC is 12.
Yes, but I will, if it actually affects, I will use as a reaction. I will use my shield spell, which will give me a +5 to that. So my AC will be 17 if it actually
17.
makes her miss.
It will not. I hit an 18.
I mean, it's 18 if it missed.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
Suspicious.
Math is hard, you
Once
guys.
per turn. Holy shit. Okay. Base damage is going to be,
so it's gonna be a good time.
9
Yes.
points of base damage. However, Scorn in particular has the brutal feature and is going to deal an additional 11 points with this bolt. This shot goes off. This crossbow hurls this bolt across the room, embeds itself up to the fletchings into Silas's chest on the other side from where his heart is located. Scorn then is going to use a bonus action to take cover behind the desk of the mayor. Silas, freshly wounded, it is your turn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm following through because that was my action when I stepped through this door. So
Mhm.
even with this bolt in my chest, I maintain my gumption in the sense of I release the sand, speaking the incantation as blood is kind of spilling from my lips there. My eyes will turn to black orbs, and what veins can be seen will also turn dark as well as I cast this spell. So,
Okay, and this is sleep, correct?
it is sleep.
Okay. Is there a
So
saving throw that I need to make, or is it just it's hit point
no,
based?
let's see. Let me see. Creatures within 20 feet of point you choose within range are affected in ascending order from their current hit points. Starting with the creature with the lowest current hit points, each creature affected by this spell falls unconscious until the spell ends. The sleeper takes damage or uses an action to slap or wake them up. So yeah, there's no save. It just starts with the lowest hit points and then works its way up.
Okay.
And I
So
rolled 42.
42.
Yeah.
So I mean, almost the moment that the sand leaves your hand and becomes airborne, Desmond, who was already kind of like lulling in his drunken stupor, just completely face first down under the desk. And 42 would be okay. Scorn, you notice her head nods for just a second, and she shakes her head and remains conscious. She has not much above that, but she does, in fact.
And then as my bonus action, I will take one of these invisibility potions and I will drink that.
Okay, perfect.
And then I will move into the room once I'm invisible.
Okay.
and out of the doorway. So one to
Right.
allow companions to walk in there, and then I'm not standing in the way anymore. So
Okay. Yeah, you just kind of move off to the side, in front of a
yeah, exactly.
bookshelf or something,
Exactly.
bookcase.
Yeah, I mean, I'll crouch, find cover or something as well. So where I can. So if
Perfect.
there's like a chair
Okay.
or something I can get behind.
Yes, as a matter of fact, there are 2 wingback chairs in front of a heavy oak desk.
Yes. Excellent. And that will be my turn.
See, been thought of everything. That was Silas. Naira, it is your turn.
I'm just going to go ahead and assume that we could hear the twang of the crossbow being shot, potentially a cry of pain from Silas before the spell is cast, or at the very least like a grunt of pain. So I think that Naira just, I think he actually kind of slow walks into this room, um, taking note of the fact that he presumably doesn't see anyone immediately upon entering. There's no one, readily visible. So the targets must be behind the desk. He's going to assume, and just begin to walk that direction. I don't know that Naira would know whether they're both going to be asleep or not. So I'm not sure on the if I need to try to find that out, or if I can readily tell that Scorn is not asleep. I'm not sure what the situation behind the desk is at the moment.
No, yeah, it's very obvious. I mean, Scorn, seeing that there's more of you coming into the room, is shouting for reinforcements and is tossing her crossbow that she just used to shoot Silas kind of onto the carpeted floor, and is reaching for the daggers that she wields.
All right,
definitely not sleeping.
Naira is going to I don't know how you want to handle this, Jeremy. Naira is going to do the calmest rage that he has ever done, and he's going to approach Scorn and try to clobber Scorn with this stone from the wall that he knocked off and caught.
Oh my god!
He's been carrying this entire
okay,
time.
Sure.
I don't know what the rules are for a improvised weapon, but I do know that that's a nat 20.
Okay, big old critty.
So yeah, I don't know what damage we want to do for like a wall stone, or paving stone, or.
I mean, I would imagine that this is a decent sized stone. It was in my mind. So I'm thinking probably a D6 plus your strength.
That works for me. That's going to be a 2 on the die. And then I get a +4 for strength. And then I roll my die again, or are we doubling all of that?
So the way that I do crits is your maximum dice plus all of your modifiers. And then you roll your dice and add your modifiers a second time.
So 6 and 4 would be 10, plus 2 on the die, 12, plus another 4 would be 16.
Okay. That's before you roll?
Oh, no, that's with the die. I rolled a 2 on the die, so 16 total.
Okay. 16 total. Yeah, you slam the stone down towards Scorn, who kind of at the last moment gets her arm kind of brought up to shield her own head. And though you knock her forearm against her head. You don't actually make contact with her face or her head, but you're pretty sure that you break her forearm.
Actually, that's wrong. It would be 20. I forgot to add the extra 2 for the rage damage, so there would be an extra 4 points on that.
Okay. In that case, she grows a third arm instead. No, I'm just kidding. Still, breaks her forearm up against her skull, essentially, where she screams out in agony. Okay. It was Naira.
And I think I'll just stand over her menacingly after that. This bare visage behind me again, but it's very solid this time. It's very calm and not. There's still rage in it, but it's not doing what we were doing on the battlefield earlier.
Okay. Those of you inside the mayor's house can hear this rhythmic, percussive noise that is growing louder. And there's enough bass behind it that now you're actually hearing the glass of the windows kind of like rattle in their panes. As outside the mayor's house, an army of the undead approaches. And as it nears the mayor's house, Wynn and Ash, you watch as the giant skeleton that Hugh is kind of riding within easily steps over this half like rock wall and reaches down and grabs the corner of the roof of this building and just tears it open, sending like shingles and plaster and beams of wood just like flying down all around this like yard. And then like leans over, not so that it can look itself kind of like down into this hole that it's just created, but as if its chest itself could look down into this hole. Those of you in the study, suddenly the entire second story of this building and its roof are like ripped away, and a giant skeleton like looms overhead in the night sky, and from inside of its ribcage you can see a glaring red eye. There you are, you coward. Drunk. Dead drunk. I should have known. Don't even have the courtesy to answer me, and instead you drink yourself into a stupor. Ask your questions. He kind of calls down to you, Ash. Ash and Wynn, if you would like, you can roll initiative.
You got it. Oh, yeah, I forgot about my initiative on this character. Oh no. 8.
Okay. Wynn, with your roll, you technically would have gone just before this giant. As you were approaching the mayor's domicile, was there anything that you were doing in particular?
No, let's see. I think what is it? Wynn would probably just scale up the giant to jump through the roof.
Nice. Hell yeah. Okay. So all of a sudden, not only is this this giant skeleton kind of looming over this opening in the roof, but Wynn like slides down like its forearm to be standing in the study with the rest of you. Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
we
go
brought
ahead.
backup. Doesn't look like you needed it.
I love the Hag's Eye Moon. All sorts of crazy things happen.
Um. I'm going to make a roll. And then for the others. Okay. We see, from where this skeleton is outside of the building and this army is outside, like windows of this manor house being opened or broken open, and brigands in various stages of drunkenness spilling out of this house and essentially making a run for it. Many of them are gathered up. Those that might avoid the undead army manage to slip out somewhere into the night, but the majority of them are rounded up by this undead army. Scorn, looking at the situation, her forearm now being smashed, there being a scary bear barbarian looming over her, and behind that, a giant skeleton. Scorn drops her dagger and cradles her broken arm instead, seemingly not interested in this fight anymore. Kind of backs away from Desmond. Not saying that the rest of you have to stop fighting, but there is no longer any combatants on the field. Does anybody wish to continue the fight?
Yeah, I think Tegan will, at least with Scorn.
Fair enough.
She's a little bit petty, just a little bit.
That is totally fair. In that case, we will stick with initiative order for the time being. Ash, you're next.
Ash, seeing what Wynn did, kind of just shrugs and climbs up the back of this zombie also and lands in the room and walks over to the desk immediately and looks down at the mayor passed out on the desk and looks over at the group and, "You killed him already?"
I think you can probably see his chest rising and falling. He may even be snoring.
She kind of catches that and, "Oh. Where is Silas?"
I think Tegan, who is still outside of the office because she was still like behind the door, kind of pokes her head in, sees all this insanity. Because I imagine she saw Wynn and obviously saw the roof being lifted off. She'll just look around and say, "I don't know. I assume maybe he's, I don't know, invisible or taking a nap somewhere. I heard a crossbow twang, so that probably, and it wasn't me. So, wow, the roof is just gone."
Yeah, just straight up like twilight, moonlight.
What a nice night.
I'm here. You just hear like a voice.
This is disembodied, like
Ash, Silas turned into a chair.
I think
a wingback chair.
A wingback chair.
Yeah, I mean, I know how the spell works. I guess the potion. I think I could just basically negate it if I wanted to.
Yeah.
So
Right.
yeah, so just kind of like
Yeah.
become. I'm kind of like you could kind of see the outline of my shape, which then color starts to fill in. So like this clearness then becomes less and less see-through as I'm there, and I'm just kind of like have a hand to my chest where this bolt is sticking out, and very black blood is kind of pooling and spilling there, but he's standing for the most part.
She's gonna grab the mayor, flop him down on his chair, and take some rope out of her pack, and she's gonna tie the mare up while these guys finish killing Scorn over here.
Okay.
Come here, Silas. I'll tend to your wounds after I get him tied up.
Yeah, I'll walk over there.
That brings us to Tegan's turn.
Yeah, so I think Tegan will kind of look into the study, look back out at these brigands that are forcing themselves out of the windows. She's going to kind of close the door. She steps into the study, and she'll kind of survey everything, and then she'll see Scorn with Naira right next to her and just kind of shake her head. And I think as she walks, this is probably the first time that anyone who's paying attention has seen this, but and it's just funny because we just talked about this, Jeremy, her nails start to grow longer and darker until they become these like black razor sharp talons, very similar to what you might see on a hag of some kind. And she's going to kind of walk over to Scorn, and she kind of gives her a little pat on the cheek and says, now it's my turn. And she's just going to swing with these claws. I think I'll say it's non-lethal. I don't know how much health she has left, but she's going to just swing across this halfling's face. That is a 22 to hit, which I assume
Will
hits.
absolutely hit.
And that is a total of 17 points of damage, including sneak attack.
Okay. And your intention is to do this non-lethally, you said?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Though it is non-lethal, I think you take her other eye.
I was just thinking that. Yeah, makes sense. Just these big old claws.
She howls and drops to the ground, no longer cradling her arm. Now, with her good hand, she is clinging to the side of her face that has been flayed. She is not going to put up any fight anymore. So she is essentially at your mercy. Does anybody
Wonderful.
intend to finish her off or do anything else to her? Take her captive?
I mean,
I mean-
I'm not in initiative yet, but Wynn's gonna go down and just casually take the 10 gold back. from
And
her
2 silver.
pocket.
Don't forget the 2 silver. She
Oh,
doesn't
she
have
can
eyes.
keep that.
She doesn't have eyes anymore. She won't need them.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, unless someone says otherwise, like, I mean, whoever wants to finish her off potentially can, but it's up to y'all.
Tegan, stop playing with her and finish it.
All right, fine. Yeah, and I think she'll just like quickly just across the throat, night, and just kind of cut her across the throat with her talons. Just kind of end it.
There's a gurgle or two, and then she makes no more noise.
I think Tegan will just like wipe her nails off on Scorn's clothes before they return to normal. Well, that was fun. So I assume we're just, she's looking up at the giant and looks to you, Ash, and then to Wynn. We're good, right? We're not, this isn't for us, right? We're fine.
We're fine. We can ask our questions we want first, and then we'll be handing the mayor over to Sir Hugh.
Oh, sounds excellent. Pleasure to meet you. I like your giant. Just gonna walk over and just sit down somewhere in one of the other wingback chairs, since there are 2 of them.
Is that an original model giant? Such a classic.
Such a classic.
It's a sport edition.
There's a few aftermarket modifications.
Do you have the hill model or the fire model or the ice model? What about the cloud model?
Which one
Added
has
truck nuts
the
to it.
which one has the fake wood paneling on the side?
Yeah, definitely the hill model.
Right.
He's got an 8-track player. Hugh
Ash
says,
is gonna
"Make it fast. My revenge
Ash
is
is gonna smack the
close
mayor
at
across
hand.
the face to wake him up. And then turn to Silas and
Absolutely.
heal Silas for 15 hit points with lay on hands.
Desmond kind of makes a sharp inhale of breath as you slap him across the face, and with the reaction of a man who's deep in his cups, comes to the realization that he's tied to the chair. What is the meaning of this? And then kind of like looks around the room. And even though he's drunk and kind of like blurry-eyed, you can see that he is realizing that he's in deep shit. And then he looks up and sees that the roof is gone and that there is a skeleton. I fear I may have drank a bit too much. I seem to be seeing things. Forgive me. Why am I tied to this chair?
Oh, that's to stop you from running.
Who are you? What are you doing in my home?
I'm the Ashbringer. I have a question for you.
This is absurd. What is your question?
Where's Dubois?
Dubois? What makes you think that I know anyone named Dubois?
She hits him, like slaps him across the face.
He reels. Fine, yes, I know Dubois, yes. He's at the Sakar Inn. Now,
Insight check.
very well. Make your insight roll.
15.
He seems to be telling the truth. As far as he is aware, at least, he believes that Dubois is at the Sakar Inn. Now will you let me go? I told you what you wanted to know.
She looks at the rest of the group. Do we need anything else from him?
I think so.
Gold? I could give you gold?
Hush, hush, hush. There are other people that have questions. And she's going to look to, I guess, was it Silas and Naira? Thought you two potentially had something, right? Or maybe Wynn?
Yeah, I think Naira had questions about because this guy has a connection to the Silver Lodge. So it's a question about what had happened to his brother there.
Yeah, so I think Naira kind of turns. I think he's been kind of looking over and kind of surveying the situation with Scorn and what Tegan ended up doing. And at this, he turns and goes with one hand to put the stone on the desk, knocks over the bottle of ink, shatters to the floor as he puts the stone on the desk. And then turns away to ask his question. And as he actually turns away, the stone then falls off of the desk and clatters to the floor. And then I'm not entirely sure how to phrase my question exactly, but I essentially want to find out if the mayor has any information on what happened to my brother.
Okay. How would you like to go about getting that information? What do you ask?
I'm just gonna ask at first, and I'll mention my brother's name and see if that kind of gets any kind of response, if he knows that name at all.
No, I don't recall anyone with that name. Should I? He kind of like blinks a couple of times, trying to stare at you as if looking at your face would remind him.
And if I assume that Silas gave the medallion back, I would pull that back out and just kind of dangle that in front of him.
A hideous
Do you
looking thing.
recognize this?
Oh, no, I would never have anything to do with such a atrocious trinket.
I have no idea if this is relevant at all. I'm going to take this silvered medallion and press it to this mayor's skin.
It does not seem to have any effect other than him kind of trying to like move his head away from you and like, you know, doing that thing where he's like angling his mouth towards your hand and like trying to blow your hand away because he has no other recourse.
Then, as a means of trying to make myself look like less of an idiot, I am going to just kind of grind that medallion against his skin, you know, hoping that the lion's talisman or the bear claw or whatever it is will leave some damage, and see if I can kind of jog his memory and see if he's holding back him remembering.
Certainly easy to, you know, scratch his, you know, forehead, wherever it is that you pressed this, and he kind of shakes his head in you know, drunken pain. Get away from me, you savage!
My brother vanished at one of the Silverwood Lodge events. I found him. Found him.
Go ahead.
I found him tonight at the gates of your city. Brought back presumably by this man, and kind of motion up to the giant above. I need to know what happened to him before he was brought back.
There's a number of people that make an appearance at the Silverwood Lodge that are not members of the Silverwood Lodge. Their presence
Getting him helps.
Their presence is not welcomed, especially when their manners are so crude. I'm certain that your brother was turned away, as so many are. How he ended up press-ganged into an undead army, I wouldn't even hazard a guess.
He's not the first to have gone missing at the Silverwood Lodge events.
The area around Silverwood Lodge is dangerous.
I'm gonna smack the shit out of him.
And there's nothing he can do about it. You clock his jaw, and he kind of leans over and inadvertently like spits blood like onto his nice clothes. I don't know anything about your brother.
Then tell me who does.
I was a pawn. A token to the members of the Silverwood Lodge. The only reason they let me in is because of my abilities as a banker, my access to coin. I funded their little experiment. He kind of like looks up in Egelhard's direction. Some things that should stay buried simply don't.
What experiment?
He kind of takes a good hard look up at Egelhard. Dubois wanted Egelhard gone. His entire army had to be dealt with. It meant hiring a certain class of people with certain kinds of skills. His eyes kind of inadvertently flit towards Scorn. It takes a lot to make that many people disappear overnight. Egelhard's giant, like, smashes its fist through the wall of the study, sending pieces of the building, like, flying in every direction. as he... Bastard!
How did they do it?
All manner of methods. Poison, blades, arrows, magic. I'm told it was quite a scene. Egelhard is like chomping at the bit from inside of this giant's rib cage. Are we
Naira,
done here or not?
What was your brother's name?
Insert fantastic fantasy name here.
Mm-hmm.
She looks up at Engelhart. Do you know fantastic fantasy name here?
That's a great name.
Egelhard says, "No, it was not one of my men."
Silas would step forward and kind of, or I guess would just kneel so that he's more eye to eye with Desmond tied to this chair.
Still
Lyra
spitting up
Thorne.
blood.
Lyra Thorne, was she a casualty of this event as well? I know she would not be turned away at a Silver Lodge event. She was very well known and respected within this community.
He looks at you, kind of narrows his glassy eyes. Oh. Yes. Yes, the silversmith. I do remember her. No, she wasn't turned away. She came looking for a fight. And she found one.
And what happened to her?
They made it slow and painful. They don't take kindly to being hunted. Those of the Silverwood Lodge do the hunting. When Lyra Thorne came knocking, she found more than she bargained for.
Silas, like this whole time, he's had his hands like resting upon Desmond's knees. And as he's saying this permafrost is like coming off of his hands. And he will twin spell his ray of frost as he just encapsulates his kneecaps down in complete frost, like to the point where frostbite would set in and completely like destroy both of his legs.
He cries out through gritted teeth, kind of throwing his head backwards. Hugh, in his giant skeleton, reaches down with his hand and grabs a hold of the entire chair. "We're through here," Egelhard says. "I will wait no more for my vengeance." Desmond Frederick, for your part in my betrayal, you will become the newest member of my army. The skeleton then stands up to its full height, pulling the chair with the mayor of Runswick along with it through the opening in the roof. And you hear, as the giant turns and begins to retreat from the town, you can hear the screams of Friedrich echoing into the night before he is moved too far away to be able to hear any longer. A frustrated shriek ricochets from the once molten rock that forms these walls. Damnable knaves! And I have you both to thank for allowing them to live long enough to meddle in our affairs. Simultaneously, the room is swarmed by ravens and bees, each congregating to form 2 additional witches, Benjamina the Sweet and Bronwyn the Black. Apologies, grandmother, but the reagent trackers have been recovered, Bronwyn says, placing a burnt chest on a nearby table. Opening it, we see 5 ragdolls, different from those we have seen before, though made by the same hands. The elder witch plunges a knife into the belly of the doll with one red eye and pulls forth a single iron coin. An ochre-colored smile cracks her wrinkled face as the coin shimmers with a sickly green light. Come, granddaughters, the time for the hag's eye moon is nigh. And that is where we will end our tale.
Holy crap, Jeremy. Incredible.
Good job.
Wow. Y'all.
Fantastic.
Good stuff, man. Ben, like I told you, this is an incredible book full of fantastic material. So thank you to everyone who played in this game, who sponsored this game, and who watched this game. It is genuinely appreciated so much. I'm going to pass things back over to my players so that they can give any kind of parting words or final thoughts that they would like to before we call it an evening and a game. So we're going to start in reverse order with Alan.
All right. Well, that was a great session, a great 3 shot trilogy there. Great material from both publisher and the game master, as well as fellow players. So thanks again for 3 great evenings and a wonderful time. And yeah, just thank you again, Jeremy. Can't thank you enough. You fantastic job, on point, and yeah, excited for the next adventure. So pass it off.
Absolutely, my pleasure, Alan, as always, man. Yeah, thank you for just always being the kind of player that leans into the tone and the vibe of a game. Again, like I've said it many times before, but especially as a game master, you are probably one of the best people I've ever seen at hitting the right notes that a setting needs in order to feel appropriate, and doing so succinctly. And Silas was obviously no exception to that. So thank you very much for agreeing to come out of retirement, risen from the dead, if you will, and playing in this game, man. All right, speaking of risen from the dead, I don't know why, but next up, Kenya.
Yeah, this was so much fun. I had no clue where we were going tonight, what was going on. I thought for sure it was going to be fighting the undead, and instead we made them our BFFs, and now we're all on a hunt for the same bad guy together, and it's just maybe if we're really lucky we'll get mecha giants of our own. So really great. I can't wait to actually sit down and read the adventure now. So I'm super excited about that. I want to see what we did compared to what was in there and get some answers to hopefully some of the 80,000 questions that I have now rolling around about what's going on. So wonderful time, wonderful DMing as usual, Jeremy, and I'm so grateful that I got to play with all of you. It has been a hot minute, and it has been several hot minutes, and it was a lot of fun. You guys are a hootenanny, as they say.
Absolutely. There's one other part that I'm gonna share with you from the book. One of the possible encounters that you can have in the Forest of Mains is actually a cairn or like a crypt that has been like opened, and it belongs to a giant warlord, and his body is missing.
Nice. That's really cool.
So again, just another testament to Ben's wicked mind that he used to put this together. So, and Kenya, when you do read through it, like, hit me up, send me a message, tell me your thoughts about like what you found versus what we played through and all that kind of stuff. I would love to hear somebody else's angle on what we did versus what you see in the book. Such a great game, and always, Kenya, thank you for bringing such tremendous work as a role player. It is deeply appreciated. Speaking of deeply appreciated, next up is Nathan.
Thank you guys for having me. Thank you, Jeremy, for bringing me into this and inviting me to play. I always enjoy a Jeremy game, but this is a very unique situation to be able to play something that someone else wrote that we're kind of trying out and promoting, and it's a very different style of storytelling than I'm used to because we were trying to hit certain points. But I think it worked very well. I think you did a great job, Jeremy, and Ben did a fantastic job with all of the stuff that we even there's no way we even did half of what is available to do in this. I can't imagine. So there's got to be so much more to tap into. And if anybody else runs it and needs an extra player, comic relief or otherwise, I'm here. Let me know. I'll be happy to join in. Thank you guys, player wise, for just kind of dealing with my curse and my bad puns and bad jokes and the completely non like gothic horror character that I ended up being. I love it when I can not know what I'm getting into with a new character, but I can just find its place, and the other players at the table and the dungeon master accept it, and we're all able to tell a story. That's what I love about D&D, is the stories we tell. So I appreciate it all. Appreciate all of you guys. And I'm a little bit sad that this is the first actual trilogy I've played with Jeremy, that I couldn't make longer than a trilogy, but it's fine. I'll get it next time.
Wait a second. Wasn't the Dune game a trilogy? Didn't we manage to keep that a trilogy?
I don't remember.
Who
I had
knows?
so much fun with that. Maybe I played an extra session in my head. Listen,
Maybe.
we asked for more episodes so many times. I have no idea if it was actually a trilogy.
Who knows? If only there were a record of it somewhere. Yeah, man. This was a lot of fun. Like I said, this is the first time I've ever run a published adventure, so a different brain space in a lot of ways. But a very interesting experiment for me, because it was so different. Definitely a little nervous in the beginning, but super happy with the way that came together. And again, like the stuff that y'all provided, as always, was just so much fun to look for ways to incorporate, making connections between the king cobras and your brother and this and that. That's the kind of stuff that I really like to do in my campaigns anyways.
These motherfuckers with their backstories in the goddamn Facebook group chat.
Yep.
Like,
yep.
ooh.
gave me
Damn.
plenty to go off of. A lot of which ended up on the floor, unfortunately, of the cutting room. But good stuff to draw from, nonetheless. And it informs the way that y'all play your characters and the choices that you make, which is fantastic. Y'all did such a tremendous job of that, so thank you. Speaking of tremendous, next up is Jason.
Hey, I have been Jason Osorio playing Tegan Hemlock, and I know it's been said already, but again, thank you so much, Jeremy, as always, for just fantastic hosting and for running us through this adventure, even despite any sort of nervousness you might be feeling. But I know you've said multiple times how accessible and sort of engaging this adventure is, and it definitely came through. It definitely translated through. So you did an amazing job as always. And of course, thank you, Ben, for sponsoring. You made a really great product for sure. And then of course, thank you to all my fellow players. It's, I like Jeremy, you were saying, I love the gothic horror vibes, and I think you gotta have players that are willing to buy in, and it's just so nice to see that everyone really did buy in 110%. Even with Naira being cursed, like it wasn't over the top. I feel it was like just that right amount of levity, so things weren't just super depressing and bleak all the time. So yeah, fantastic job all around to everyone. I'm a little sad it's over, but I'm so eager to see what the Erasmus Expeditions is doing next, and even Ben, what you end up putting out next as well. So yeah, thanks again for letting me partake. It was a lot of fun.
Absolutely a treasure, Jason, as always, man. Thank you. Yeah, I cannot state how flattered and honored and humbled that I am to be able to do something like this. For Ben to be able to trust me with his baby, his setting like this, it makes me very proud. And I hope Ben that you are pleased with what you saw. I can only imagine what it would have to be like to put something like this out into the world and into the hands of other people and see what they do with it. So thank you for that opportunity. All right. Speaking of opportunity, last but certainly not least, Tamiko.
I mean, I am single. There you go. So
Sell it, girl.
right. Message me, please. So Jeremy, masterfully done, as always. My God. What is it? The puppetry that you do, especially with the materials given this time around. Blown away. This was a fantastic time. And it was also a fantastic time because this is, what is it? I haven't played with Kenya, what is it, in an age, it feels like, right? Or Alan. And this is my first time ever playing with Nathan and Jason. These two guys are just they tear up this side chat over here. Like it's a romp. I don't know if you saw me cracking up like on mute or not, but
Don't sell yourself short, Tamiko. You got me a couple of times too.
it's a good time up in this chat. But yeah, so I'm super happy that Jeremy asked me to be a part of this. What a ride. I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Love you too, Mabel. Thank you for coming along on this journey with us. Anybody who has ever played a game with me knows that the side chat is not off limits. What is the word I'm looking for? Off the rails? That's a
off
way to
the
put it.
chain,
Unhinged,
as the kids say.
There you go. Off the chain, even. I don't think kids say that anymore, Jason.
Damn it.
And I almost didn't open it. I forgot about it.
No, that would have been a tragedy.
It would have been like, oh, hey, what's happening over here? Oh God, the chat.
I have to say, I think the side chat is probably one of my favorite parts about playing online, because normally cross-table talk that doesn't have to do with what's going on in the actual session at an actual gaming table can distract. It can be a little too much sometimes. It's hard to have a side conversation without it disrupting what's going on at the table. Side chat in online gaming can certainly still be distracting, but it's a lot easier to ignore it when you're in, you know, a moment or in a scene. But it reminds me a lot of doing theater, doing stage work, because in stage, it's a game to try to break your cast members, your fellow people on stage with you. It's a constant game. So there's a little bit of an impish desire in me to try to get somebody to break character. So I love it. Absolutely love it.
What was it last session? The side chat, we went back and forth on, was it the mayor, was it the priest? Like
We still don't
for
know
a
if we killed
solid
the right guy.
hour, and we still don't know. We still
We
don't know if
definitely got the right guy. We got the
We
right
don't know.
guy.
We don't know.
110%.
But it was, we were such a toss up, and it was so funny in side chat last session.
I will have to say there's something going on in Faro Valley with the mayors in general. There's
Telling you, it's a
definitely
plague.
like a weird little
It's a plague of bad mayors.
Oh god, I live in Texas. I know that too hard. Yeah, this was such a great time, y'all. Thank you very much for making this not only a great first foray into running a pre-published material, but also just a great game in general. I feel really, really happy and very proud of where we landed with this. So thank you for being such a fantastic, integral part of making it that. And just for, again, I say it every time, but just for being the kind of people that it's easy and fun to spend 4+ hours with to kick off a weekend. There's not a lot of people that I can say that about. So thank you. You're fantastic human beings. Okay. Once again, I want to say a massive thank you to Ben. Ben, thank you. This is an incredible book. Of the 150 odd pages of this tome, I think we got through 20 pages, maybe 25 pages worth of material. And even then, I don't think we touched on everything on those pages. It is a fantastic work of art that you have put out, and is filled with such brilliant ideas. Again, in that way that Gothic horror straddles the boundary between darkness and the fun side of wickedness, if that makes sense. I think that you captured that wholeheartedly in this book. So thank you for creating such a fantastic piece of material, but also, again, for giving me the chance to kind of show it publicly to the people that watch my channel. It means a ton to me. Thank you very, very much. To those of you who may have watched this game, thank you again from the bottom of my heart. I love the fact that there are people that find something of value here on the channel, whether it's entertainment or, you know, somewhat educational about, you know, a system or whatever reason that you have for hanging out here. It is deeply appreciated. So if you did like what you saw and you wanted to see more of it, then please do all the stuff that the algorithm here on YouTube likes to see. Hit the like button, subscribe, share the link around, leave a comment, go buy Ben's book. You can find the link to that in the description of the video. Talk about the game with people, convince them to play Ironclad Covenant with you. And then, yeah, come back for more, because there's always crazy shit going on down here. I'm super excited for a couple of things that we've got coming up. In October, we're going to be having a 10th anniversary celebration here on the channel. It's going to be filled with, I think, 4 games. I will be running one of them, and we'll have 3 guest GMs that are running games. And yeah, that's all coming together, and I'm very, very, very excited for that. So keep an ear to the ground. What else? Remember that kindness is a free action. It costs you absolutely nothing to be kind to someone. And especially in the world right now, we need about as much kindness as we can stand. You never have any idea what somebody may be going through. And if you can give kindness, which is something free that you can give someone, and it might make a difference in their life, then again, that's an easy trade. You don't lose anything by doing that. And again, incidentally, it's how we just so happen to change the world, is through interacting through kindness. It's the only guaranteed way that we can change the world. So go out there and change the world. Unless you come across a Nazi, in which case you should feed them to a giant skeleton. Yeah, I think that's about it. So we're going to go ahead and get out of here and kick off the rest of our weekend. So until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.